GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation
in 2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
It is another episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Today on this episode, I speak to a woman who has been selling contumely for the past 25 years. I want you to know exactly or more about this woman. So why don't you join me as we have a discussion with her? My name is Victoria Cheibafo. Doris, we say we ton contumely.
Yo.
How many?
By 15 years in.
Tina just say usa and our chasian.
Na my peja kakra.
Okay, yes.
Yes, no more na mentimi kai. And so na sa time na brabo no mu ye den mame. Na school no mentimi anko anu bebia. Ntimi ye se me de metoto ne ma kranka de abedwa baba ton. Na me de a chase ya sa time so ye to ne ma fine kama. Nti mame bebo bra wo mu si dan wo mu. Afa bedu bebi no uri niema ne bedwa so sese kura mpo de ayento niema nyina be basa na so ye wayire shi musa nyame ti ase de be yi ye be kona kran
yen sha se mfi se unse mpempi no ye wo nye edeto e ba asasi so a wonyi nyina ukosuku because opese se ni se na opese oye enti wonyi no na de na da woni so se wonyi a na nka be
oh ne da mene so ne se mpesa nka me ku school pa
school nanka wa be den
nanka ma be se nurse na se teacher ana lawyer bi enso no eni amwa me mame afemo na mame ni bi papa nso wu ntem nti ma me antimi anhwɛ yɛn ana me de mabra me de semester se ma ko free obi niam me de beba gua so abeton me ton wia na me kwa na matuo nipa ne ka me de ne sa kran sa na me de be wo me manyina
na eja o papa de free mu no
satana me swa nti me hu date no ye o de wi no me de hu
nti school no ukodum pempen so ben
oh man kwa no ahi bia me do classes pa na me jai
nti ujaye na u free nkran ha ya na wana na mo bebi
ye fi nkran ha ye fi suhum na ye fi na eba ton ne mani wi na ye san ko suhum no
nti up to now class na o beton na ko back to school
ye de ba na ye beton a aton wi na nwumre na ye ko nti Friday na aba Friday nso ye beton wi na ye ko a branda na nkwada na aba
nti mo ba market Wednesday and Friday
ana ye de bagwa no so beton ne ma no
nti so wi class 6 nti u free school musa class 6 na o sha se wo di
na me sha se meton ne ma no kakra
na o sha se wo ton how many years
15 years no modi aburo 15 years no modi aburo anyi ye kura be 25 and 30 years
ebia o sha se bia betumi do nse so bo aka se efiti ma me sha se meton ebia kontomre metumi ayese ani se ana
metumi ese mebo emma na me sha se abedu bepempe so bi no metumi ese dan wo amene me man mo yatim ma hwe me man so akọ school nti nya metumi se mebo se ma ye no
nti o ye single mother na nkwa na o hwe nkwara nana
me nkwa na me hwe won papa na hwe won nti mia na me hwe won bibia
nti omunyo mu ko school omedu mpembe so ben
okay mienu afiri mu nti aka mienu nti oba no de wawie ena awie SS ena kaketwa na sese ono so oko ono so afiwe no be ko SS 3
nti oba in a day no se kontomre no utumi eton sen in a day you are 100 cedis 200 cedis and
oh kontomre na ye de ba na do so yetime ton me ko anim anya kontomre nkwan so na ye de ba ye de brode ba ye de banche ba ye de aburo ba nti niam na kakra na akọ anim kakra
I am person mbisa se emre bia edua wankasa wo hwe wechia na woka se menu mi ho pa se abrabo ekọ se ye de mami na se ne wo abrabo ne te no bibia eso wani ye pa
oh se se de abrabo ne die mu aye din ankasa emu aye de me na da o mo aye de pa ejuma no so se ejuma na nkọ se kan ne se na ekọ no nkọ ne sa niam na ton no so no aye basa fita no pakura me de aburo yi ba kura na egu no obi ama nti so obi ama we je se wudi be 3 days ansa na etimi asa ese na akoye ne nti niama asesa
nti edabi edua wa ba marketa sada no 1 ton sheda
oh no de edabi yetimi ton na so ko na enko yie dabi wo ho nso a ekoyie dabi wo nso a enko yie kura
sada na enko yie no eye etisen ma
ya na me yoro aho kakra me yoro aho pa na so na me massage cheme aje cheme ho yoro se na atibia no ye be fa ne sa
monsieur Nyankopon se obeko so a ehua na wabo se na be adwuma no so
amen
nti bia obi hwe na ewia wo bibia bia onipa ne pese oboa wo bibia den na obepese onipa ne beboa
oh so beboa me no okay so boa me sikase mu nso amepe se meti mi de abo ahye madwuma na ase na atimia akosoro.
So you heard that all for yourself. Again, she's also located inside the Agboglushi market. So when you find yourself here, try and look for her so that you can get all your contumely, the ebro, and the other ones from her. My name is Victoria Chebafo, and this is Everyday People. Stay tuned.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
We lived in a house where there was no running water. We had to go to standpipes to go and fetch water. And would wake up very early in the morning to go and do that. And would stay up late to wait for the bread to rise, as we say, and put it in the oven, the mud oven, at 2 a.m. to bake, because we would have to have it ready in the morning. So now, if I have to do something for a client and it's urgent and I have to stay up to do it, it's no big deal. I grew up like that.
Hello there. A wise man once told me that if the world did not communicate, it would cease to exist. Well, it tells us about the essence and the power of communication. And right here in Ghana, one woman who started a small company 30 plus years ago has risen through the ranks to a point where today we call her the strategic communications woman. Esther Koba doesn't need much of an introduction, but I mean, we all can learn a thing or two from a sit down with her. She's our guest here on the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. Hello, Auntie Esther.
Hi, Eche.
How are you doing today?
Really good.
And it's really an honor to be sitting across you here.
I am just delighted to be here and honored to be sitting on this channel that has grown from grace to grace to grace.
Yes.
Keep working hard. You're doing well.
Thank you. GhanaWeb is 25, but you are 30 plus years.
Mm-hmm. Before you were, we were.
Oh, yes. When did you start this? I have been thinking about this 30 plus years. How's the journey been like?
The journey has been exciting. I'm somebody that enjoys challenges.
Okay.
And also, I'm a people person. I like to work with people. I like to serve people. And I like, in my own little way, to use the talents that God has given me to glorify Him and to benefit my neighbor. And so, doing this for me has been in terms of fulfilling all these. And so, it's been exciting.
I mentioned in my intro that, of course, you need little introduction, but maybe today you tell me something that I've not heard or read about anywhere before. Who is Esther Amba Numaba Koba? I hope I got the name right.
Yes.
Okay.
Esther Amba Numaba Koba.
Lovely. That sounds like music.
Yeah. If you did literature, you'll know that
I did literature.
Is
okay.
alliteration.
Yes, it is.
Anybody who wants to understand the world and live in it meaningfully reads literature.
I did.
Great.
Wonderful.
What is science without literature?
Definitely. Well, so who is Esther Koba?
GhanaWeb asking me who's Esther Koba. I thought GhanaWeb knew everything about everybody.
Well, for this moment, we'll pretend we don't.
Please. Well, Esther Koba is a basic Ghanaian girl born in Sekindi, lived part of my life in Sekindi, Salt Pond. My father was a postmaster, so we lived in different parts of Ghana. In the northern part, Boko, Yendi, Navrongo, Tamale, and then we came back to Sekindi, went through Boundary Road School, Ekwase Methodist, then back to my hometown, Komenda, where I attended Komenda Local Authority Primary School, LA, what you guys call Saito.
Saito, yes.
I am a pure Saito graduate and very proud of it.
Oh, nice.
And I wish that all Saitos would, have so much pride in themselves. So from there, I went to Mofratro, and then through Mofratro to Wesley Girls High School, where I was for 7 years, became senior prefect, went through to Legon, did my BA, went to Presec and Face the Boys, taught at Presec for my national service, and then came back to Legon to do a graduate diploma in communications. From there, did a 6-month internship stint with the U.S. Information Service, then went on to work with GIHOC, Ghana Industrial Holding Corporation, and then went on to Cornell University to study communication for developing nations, and came right back and did 13 years with Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, where I set up the Public Affairs Department, and Shell and Chevron selected me to be the first Public Affairs Manager for the West African Gas Pipeline Project, where I set up the External Affairs Department, working with staff from the 4 participating countries, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria. Not to, what is one of the things that is significant, that the woman who gave birth to me and was very dear to my heart and was just teaching me everything that I knew, died when I was 11 years old. She sent me to Mofratro on 18th September, and she died on 22nd September.
Just a few days after.
Yeah, but I think she had equipped me. And
even at 11?
Yes. we did everything with her. I say that I had a front row seat in her School of Entrepreneurship. I've been able to do this because of her. I mean, she was a multitasking woman, but focused. And we did everything from baking bread, making kinky, selling in the market, making toffees, biscuits, knitting, crocheting, sewing. Now I'm thinking, how did she do all that? And she involved us in everything that she did. I mean, we lived in a house where there was no running water. We had to go to standpipes to go and fetch water. And would wake up very early in the morning to go and do that. And would stay up late to wait for the bread to rise, as we say, and put it in the oven, the mud oven, at 2 a.m. to bake, because we would have to have it ready in the morning. So now, if I have to do something for a client and it's urgent and I have to stay up to do it, it's no big deal. I grew up like that. If I have to wake up very early because a client requires something, it's been part of me. So that's how I grew up. And at the center of it all was my God. So she was very practical, but she also taught us to rely on God in everything that we did. That's how I guess I was able to carry on with my 4 other siblings after she died. So this is me. I love people. I love to serve. As I said, I believe that God has given us our talents to glorify Him, but also to serve our neighbor. So the work that I do, when I go to the bottom of it, is service to my neighbor and glory to my God. So if I'm able to go into a community, to go and work with them through communication, to learn about malaria prevention, I feel that my talent is benefiting my neighbor and glorifying my God. So there's that for me. So this is me. I like to work, but I like to have fun as well.
That's a quick run through your entire life. And you mentioned your mother. You also mentioned your father in the background. He has been a postmaster.
Yes.
And all of that. Did all of these things influence your decision to go on the path of communications?
Absolutely. What it is we lived in Sekandi. That was our base, but we moved around. And each time we were traveling from Sekandi to Komenda, for instance, I'd see all these rural communities. And I'd wonder what could be done for them to live a different life. And being a postmaster's daughter meant that when we were traveling, sometimes we traveled in the back of a mail van. I'm sure that a lot of people haven't seen mail vans before. A mail van is a van with a huge back space where the mail bags were put. And there was a post office in every community. So we would stop and the mail van driver would deposit the letters, which meant I saw a lot of communities. And sometimes I saw the deprivation, not that we had much, but people lived in mud huts and all that. And I always felt, what would it take to work with them to have what would be a more comfortable life? At least in Sekandi, we had standpipes to go to, but some of these didn't. And in Komenda, I carried my water from the well. I carried it from a water body that we call poo-poo. And I mean, I lived the life in Komenda. And I always felt, if I'm able to advance in my education, I'd like to learn something that enables me to bring knowledge back to where I have come from. And I'm also somebody that really likes to promote understanding and justice. So at first I thought about law. It didn't sit well with me. Then I thought about sociology.
Okay.
And didn't get into that. So when literature helped me a lot to learn about human nature. And I tell scientists, until you have a good understanding and appreciation of human nature, your scientific interventions or innovations may have challenges.
And that's literature.
That's literature. And then I studied religions. And you know, Africans are extremely religious. So if you understand what drives somebody to do something, even when you have an innovation, you will understand why the innovation is there, but the person is not using it. So a lot of us try to develop innovations, inventions on people. And when they don't use them, we say that they are illiterate. And I tell them, you are illiterate about their illiteracy.
Not understanding.
No. You are more illiterate than them. Before you can make somebody literate, you have to be literate about their illiteracy. And that is what, and I think that is fair. Everybody has a right to be. So if we are trying to work with people to change the way they do things, it has to be done empathetically. You need to step into the other person's shoes. It has to be rights-based. And that is where I got it from, because I lived the life in Komenda. So just going to tell somebody, drink pipe-borne water, you know, if the water body has been considered a goddess that has been pumping water out all these years, for centuries, watering and quenching the thirst of the people in the community, then you come one day with a standpipe and say, come and drink from it.
Change everything that they've known.
Change everything. Until you have understood why they will journey to that well every day, you can't change them. So those are some of the things that drive me. And of course, when you read the Bible, you will see that God and his son Jesus Christ are great communicators. Look at Adam and Eve getting into trouble. He's told them how we should live this life in the Garden of Eden. He comes, they've messed up. He doesn't condemn them immediately. He asks them, what is this thing that you have done? He transitions into the reality of their existence and then works with them. He joins them to shift. And that is what real communication is about. And that is what I believe in. So these are and I saw my mother living it. She was a very loving person. And so these have helped me to evolve my love for communication. This is what communication is. Communication is not the transfer of information. It is the sharing of information for mutual understanding. A lot of us inflict what we want on others without until you've understood the other person. You can never communicate with them. So these informed my wanting to do communication. But then I went further to do communication for developing nations, so that when we are communicating in a country like Ghana or any other African country or a developing nation, we are able to situate it in a manner that resonates with them. This is how come some years ago, a multinational company came to Ghana. We did work in a rural community for them, a corporate, a big corporate. They were so impressed that they asked us to do the same work for low literate populations in all their projects worldwide, because we did it in an empathetic manner. Communication is sweet, especially when you do it not only from your standpoint, but from the standpoint of the other. These are the factors that have enabled me to, to do this work. God sent Jesus Christ to come and be in the lives of the people. And you see, Jesus never even healed anybody by just saying, go and get healed. He will do it on the basis of your belief. So the fact that there's a live and let live in communication is one of the reasons why I guess I have loved this profession so much.
And it's all of these look strategic.
Yes.
You've been strategic from what you've learned from your parents, from your own experiences traveling around with your parents and all of that. And I believe that's what's informed this company that you've been a general over for the past 30 years. I know those experiences are there, but are there other things like books or people outside your immediate family where you've learned any of these nuggets from? Maybe you'd want to share with us.
Yeah, my main book, I mean, I don't let me sound preachy, but people read 7-something of leadership from this book. Look, the Bible is a lifestyle book.
So that's your manual?
It's my manual because, I mean, I just didn't happen. Even a microwave oven was thought through by somebody and manufactured, and it comes with a manual. And this manual, it's big, 66 books, it's a lot. But the person who created me, knowing that there's so many things around that will distract me, synthesizes the 66 books into 10 commandments and further synthesizes it to love the Lord your God, love the person who gave you this life, and love everybody around you. And what I like is that he doesn't tell me who to love around me, everybody. And he equips me for that. So that is one of the things that has influenced me. Then the schools that I went to, Mofratro in Kumasi.
Okay.
Wow. There I honed my love for gardens. My mother we used to plant most of what we ate.
Okay.
But in Mofratro, every house had a garden. And we took care of the garden like nobody's business. It was a competition. Every morning we would tend the garden, stand beside it, and wait for inspection. It was nice. So my gardening skills and love for gardening grew at Mofratro, and Mofratro means children's garden.
Yes.
Then, of course, Wesley Girls High School. I mean, for Mofratro, I remember Mrs. Wilberforce, who was my headmistress. Oh, I thought she was strict, but
when you got to Wesley Girls?
No, I thought she was strict, but now I look back and I'm grateful to her. Because no one is watching me, but I do what needs to be done for my own sake. And then Miss Bonsoanane, she was just a mother to all of us. So they influenced me. And then I get to Wesley Girls. Miss Garnett, our headmistress. What amazed me about her and has stayed with me, we would get there as new intakes. And this woman, somehow, I don't know whether she looked at our pictures from common entrance or what, she would welcome you by name.
Every one of you?
Yes.
And how many people were entering school at that time?
At that time, it was 30, about 32, about 96.
So that's still a lot.
Yes. And that taught me that, look, everybody is important. And in my work life, what I have found is that people are not machines. They're human beings before coming to work.
Yeah.
So if you take an interest in who they are and what they do, you also become interesting, and they'll be interested in what they, because sometimes somebody is not delivering, not because they don't know the work, but maybe they're going through something. Then secondly, Miss Garnett, she was very simple, down to earth, and I don't know how she did it. I mean, I learned how to use what was available to me at any time to get the best out of what I wanted. And this was building on what my grandmother taught me, what my mother also taught me. So all these people have influenced me. The other person is Mother Teresa, that little woman. I believe that you become relevant when you serve. Relevance comes from service. You say I need no introduction. I want to believe, I want to hope that it is because one way or the other I have served society. So if people want to be remembered, my belief is serve. Mother Teresa, she was very tiny, petite, but she served. And I believe when she got into rooms, even kings got up for her. So to be served requires that you serve.
Let me just allow you to catch your breath for a bit. Okay. When we return, I want to ask her how she managed to get to the point where today we refer to her as the face of strategic communication. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back. It's still The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atiso. I'm with Esther Koba. Stratcomm. That's a name.
Stratcomm Africa.
Stratcomm Africa. Now that's a short form of Strategic Communications Africa.
Yes.
We did talk about Stratcomm in the first part of this interview, but where did you know you wanted to start this? How did this idea come about?
This idea, I guess, was conceived over time and birthed and nurtured to be where it is today. When at some point in my life, I didn't have a job after I finished my master's. And I had 2 little boys. So I was home with them. And I am a firm believer in the devil finds work for idle hands. In fact, I don't idle at all. So what I began to do was to look around for situations and issues that could be addressed using communication as a tool, or whose management could be facilitated using communication as a tool. So I started writing anything I saw around. Filthy gutters, I would start writing. Young people who are doing I would start writing. So I wrote a lot of proposals and strategies, you know, fresh from school was in my mind. And at a certain point, I knew that I would do something with it. But then I went to work elsewhere and all that. But what really in the end propelled me was when I found young people with no jobs. And I thought, I have all these proposals. These young people are jobless. They could use this if they wanted to. So I brought the 2 together. And I, at that time, had a whiteboard. And I taught them communication. I mean, for me, it was exciting. I think, did I know what I was doing? I was just being me. So over time, it became like a social enterprise because I, on the one hand, wanted to use communication as a tool for community development and individual livelihood enhancement, but also to help organizations to become more profitable. Because I felt that sometimes they were not communicating enough. And then, for instance, where organizations find themselves in communities, especially extractive industry organizations, and there's conflict and the community ends up not benefiting adequately from the presence of the company is not selling itself well. So I put all those things together. So I set up something that would help do all this. Initially, it was Center for Development and Intercultural Communication, long name, very academic, SEDIC. But over time, I realized that what I was doing was just using strategic thinking, helping organizations, people with their strategic goals, realizing their strategic goals, using communication strategically. And therefore, I decided to change the name from SEDIC to Stratcomm, Strategic Communications Africa Limited. And the SEDIC then became an NGO supported by Stratcomm Africa.
So that's still in existence?
It is.
But not as...
Not as, yeah. At first, when I started every Wednesday evening, I'd go to Nima and Mamobi to train young people there. I trained them in how to use their skills to communicate. So we wouldn't bring people from outside to come and communicate to them about drug abuse or teenage pregnancy or, anything. We would use people from the environment. I did a lot in parent-child communication. So every Wednesday evening at 4:30, I would leave the office and go there. And I worked with a group called Perfect Stars. We used dance drama, we used poetry, we used art, puppets, and all that. In fact, at the IPR launch of its 50th anniversary, some of them came to perform there. So that's how it started. And I mean, the development needs of Africa, the profitability requirements of organizations cannot be planned and executed in an ad hoc manner. It has to be done strategically, systematically, coherently, and consistently. And that is what I believe in. I'm a very structured mind, but I'm not a pure scientist. I'm a social scientist. And people think that people who do social science can be haphazard. No. Human behavior changes. It takes a very strategic mind to ensure that even in the midst of the changing behaviors, you're realizing a goal. And that is what Stratcomm Africa is able to do. That's what we've been practicing for the past 30 years. And I think responding to human needs in such a strategic, structured, and coherent manner is what has kept us going for these 30 years. We've been pioneering communication. Through that, we've been innovating because things change. And I'm somebody who gets bored easily. I don't do the same thing over and over and over again. So things change. So even though we were pioneers, at the time we were set up, there was hardly any other total communications company. We didn't rest on our oars. We've been innovating. And through our innovations, we've been impacting lives day after day. Bring it on. Stratcomm Africa will innovate. And that makes us pioneers. And when you pioneer, you impact.
And which you've proven over the last 30 years.
By God's grace.
I want you to help us maybe reflect on some of the biggest highlights of your 30 years. I know there have been a number of them, but which ones readily come to mind when you look back? They could be things that were challenging. We just want to hear some of them.
Okay. I think one of the first things was when a multinational company needed a communications agency.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happened?
And we put everything together. At that time, we're using transparencies. Yeah, some people may not know what transparencies are. These days, we have slides.
Okay.
And the day we were printing the transparencies, the printer conked out on us. So we went with our notes. We won hands down. Yes.
That didn't stop you from
No.
winning?
What should stop you? I mean, human beings are born to manage. So if everything was easy, what would you manage? So we went and we won. And they said they were coming to see our operations. And our operations were in a 40-foot container, which we had turned into an office, beautiful office, with a garden in front. That alone won us some marks. We worked with them for 9 years.
Wow.
And they wouldn't go anywhere because they were happy with us. For me, that's a highlight. And then another highlight is the fact that it was a challenge, but we used this as an opportunity. We started at a time that communication was really relatively young. All these many academic institutions were not there. So when you were looking for talent, it was difficult. At that time, one of our values, our values were we work to the glory of God, we develop people. So we got a lot of people that we trained. For me, a highlight is the fact that today, when you look at Ghana's communication landscape, most of the respected communications professionals have passed through Stratcomm Africa. And I will be able to stand before my God and say, you led me and I followed. I haven't served, I'm serving.
Still serving.
Still serving. I'm not done. Another highlight was when I went through my challenge, of my husband being in prison. So I had to run a company and deal with a husband in prison some 2 hours drive away. But I guess structure, keeping God at the center, seeing that in itself was God at work. Because as I always say, without a Judas, you don't get your salvation. We worry ourselves getting angry with Judas. It was tough, but it taught me to reorganize myself and work in different ways that made me better at what I do. And so that was a challenge. But the fact that by God's grace, we were able to overcome that phase also and continue. And today we are 30 years.
Yes.
30
strong
30.
years.
It's plenty.
A lot of years.
Try Esther's God.
Yes. Try Esther's God.
Try my God.
You are CEO of a successful company, arguably the best in total communications.
We're still striving towards success.
Yes. And you're combining that with being a president of IPR, and you're a mother. I know now, of course, the motherly duties maybe it transfers to your grandchildren, but how have you been able to combine? This question I ask women, and I expect that, well, you tell me, oh, we've done this, but I hope yours is a little different, because these are big shoes you're filling in. How are you able to do all of that? I don't think a lot of men can do all of that at the same time.
Oh, very few men can know. As I say, we are women.
Okay.
Yeah, woman. Yeah, woman.
Oh, okay.
They are woman. The Fantis man is nation. Yeah, woman. Na yeah, woman. So God equipped us to be able to do it. In fact, when He created you, He saw that you were helpless without us. So He said, I'll give you a helper. And that was us.
That makes women feel a little...
Oh, well, it's God's fault, not our fault. Anyway, how do I do it? By prioritizing every time. And also bringing project management skills that I use at work home. When I say prioritizing, it's not only about time, but but resources. What would I use my money for? Would I use my money for technology that will enable me grind my vegetables quickly to be able to do my sauce, or will I use it to buy a dress? Yes, I like clothes, I'll buy the dress, but then to be able to buy the dress, I'll invest in a blender. I'll invest in a microwave oven. So technology is key. And then the people that are around me that support me, I also invest in them, because without them, I cannot do everything that I do. Family, house help and all that. And then when I come to work too, I have to work hard to understand the people that I work with, to be able to be free to sit here and do an interview whilst they're doing the work and I talk about it. So it's different ways of doing things, and just realizing that the context in which you find yourself requires women to live a certain way. And then you don't sit and just complain, and they didn't let me do this, and they did. Women are responsible for brightening, using the opportunities they find around themselves to be better. I said I like gardening, so I started the Ghana Garden and Flower Show 12 years ago, and it speaks to who I am. So I also pick on things that I enjoy, and I do them. So these are some of the ways in which I have worked on, being a woman. And finally, I never really go to work thinking I'm a woman. In fact, this morning I was in a meeting. Apparently I was there with only men. And one woman came in and somebody said, oh, now there's another woman. And I said to the men, I didn't realize that you were men. When I go to work, it's work that has to be done. Okay. It's not about being a man or a woman. Of course, there are things that a man can do. In the same way, there are things that a fellow woman can do that I can do. So I just take it that we've been equipped with different skills. And one thing I know is that I respect different skills that people have. I would not be sitting here if I did not have my staff. I would not be sitting here if I did not have somebody who could do the arithmetic on the money. Because left to me, the money, I'd give it away. The work, I love what I do, so I give it away just like that. But respecting the different skills and talents that you meet all help you to do what you do well. One of the things that I bring into the office space as a woman is how, as a woman at home, I manage finances. And I know that you can't go and borrow. You'll be borrowed out. And so one of the things that we've done is to put the money back in. Put the money back in. You don't spend the money because you started the company. No. Even if you started it, there are other people working with it. That's why it's called an organization. Otherwise, it will be called, I don't know. So what comes in does not belong to you alone. It belongs to the organization. And how do you manage that? Just as at home, you would manage the family's resources to cater for everybody. In the office, you have to do the same.
I see Dare to Be. Yeah. This is your book. Yeah. A celebration of 6 amazing women. Is this the only book you have? And what especially inspired this one? This has very beautiful colors.
I'll talk about this. A lot of people tell me to write a book about myself. That will come eventually, but then I began to pick out all these young people who are doing the things that who are walking the path that I have walked. And it has been a challenging path with its joys and all that. And I felt that sometimes women are not celebrated enough. Once again, I thought, what can communication do? So these 6 young ladies, very authentic. They do not pretend. They are just who they are. I met them at different times.
If I see they are different people.
They are different
There's
people.
musician Miss V here. There's Kafui in here.
Kafui Danku.
Yes, Kafui Danku. There's also Frida
Yes.
Obeng Ampofo.
Yes.
And you met them at different
times. They didn't even know each other. And I could not sleep until I wrote about them. And there are more of them who are keeping me awake. And I will not sleep until I write about them.
So the plan is to write more of these, to celebrate these women?
I think so. Because they're doing amazing things. And the world needs to know. Including the young ladies in my office. I love them to bits. When I wake up in the morning and I'm coming to work, I look forward to it because they work and they bring joy. And you know, it's not as if we have so much, and it just touches my heart to see them working with a local company like ours and knowing the challenges that we have, but staying committed, innovating. And I say each of them is a pioneer in their own right.
And so we're just running out of time, but I don't want us to leave without you giving out a word to young professionals, people who want to maybe toe the line of communication, especially strategic communication. Just a quick advice, what would you tell them? And especially also as you mark 30 years, let's have those two together. What message do you have for the world?
I would say to young ladies, in fact, young people, be yourself. Don't try to do something because Auntie Esther did it. Your talents are different from mine. And what I see is that sometimes young people get really frustrated because they're trying to be like somebody and it's not working. What I tell people is, when people say, Auntie Esther, I want to be like you, I say, you are better than me. You will be better than me, even better than me, because you see something in me and you have something in you. You bring the two together and that makes you a better person than I am. So examine yourself, see your own strength and use it. As for our 30 years, there are many 30s coming up because at Stratcomm Africa, we will continue to pioneer. No stopping, no shaking. We will continue to pioneer. And when we pioneer to stay in the lead, we innovate and we impact lives. There are people, there are companies that are always looking at what the other person is doing that we compete with ourselves. And that is what, and I'm glad that I have a team of employees who challenge themselves. And when I come to work, I see that they've come up with several ideas. Look at Ghana Garden and Flower Show. It's evolving because they're bringing in their own energy and their ideas. So watch out for Stratcomm Africa. We aren't stopping. We aren't stopping. And we want to say to the people of Ghana, thank you for believing in us. Thank you for supporting us. Even though people do not respect local companies, thank you for making us globally relevant and locally inspiring.
And I want to thank you also for the beautiful time that we've spent together. I have enjoyed this interview, I must confess. And I didn't compliment your dress, but you look amazing.
Thank you.
So that has been Esther Koba. She's the CEO of Strategic Communications Africa, Stratcomm Limited, and Stratcomm Africa. And they are 30 years. And we've had this very enlightening conversation with her. Thank you all too for joining us here on the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. You can go to our channel on YouTube, look for GhanaWeb TV, like, subscribe, and click on the notification button. Until another time, my name is Echi Atisu. Be kind to one another.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden.
Neonatal jaundice is the commonest cause of pediatric admissions or neonatal admissions. Jaundice is not exclusively found in babies, neonates. Jaundice is found in all ages.
Neonatal jaundice is a very common disease among newborn babies. It is characterized by yellowing of the skin and then the eyes. Today on the Health Focus Show, we'll be talking about neonatal jaundice. We'll be knowing exactly what it is. I'm Elliot Aitenuete. I'll be your host for today's show, and to help me with discussion, I have with me Dr. Edward Akosa Danso. He is a medical practitioner with the Ghana Police Hospital. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Before we talk about what neonatal jaundice is, let's look at what jaundice is in general.
Okay. Jaundice is a medical term. That's a very simple definition. Yellowing of the eyes and the skin, especially in newborns. So basically that's what jaundice is.
yellowing of the eyes and the skin. And when we talk about, let me add on to that, the neonatal period from birth to 1 month. So when you combine both words, yellowing of the eyes and skin in a baby who is between 0 and 1 month old.
We'll come back to neonatal jaundice, but is it only a disease that happens to children? Because it happens to be that neonatal jaundice is popular when we are talking about jaundice.
Okay. So jaundice is not exclusively found in babies, neonates. Jaundice is found in all ages, in all age groups, in men, in women, in babies, in adults, in children, in the geriatric population. And in adults, usually, jaundice is a sign that points to something deeper.
Okay.
So in adults, jaundice is reflecting another disease.
Okay.
So in adults, we say neonatal jaundice. Well, in adults, we always say jaundice is secondary to something. So jaundice secondary to liver failure or a liver disease. Jaundice secondary to, let's say, sickle cell hemolytic crisis. Jaundice secondary to maybe an obstructive pathology in the liver. So jaundice, in essence, is a sign of another disease.
Great. That's very insightful. Now, what's so peculiar about the neonatal jaundice?
Okay. Neonatal jaundice is the commonest cause of pediatric admissions or neonatal admissions.
Okay.
So is the condition that takes babies, that's babies between birth and 1 month, to the hospital. 6 out of 10 babies who are born at 10, that's 37 weeks and more, will have jaundice. And 8 out of 10 babies who are born prematurely will have jaundice. And what makes it more important is that it can cause, someone will ask, why are we talking about jaundice? Why are we talking about jaundice? It can cause brain damage. It can cause death. But that's not the most important thing about jaundice. That complication is totally preventable. That's what makes it more important. That's why we dedicate a month to it. Because it's something that can cause brain damage, can cause death. It's the most common presentation in neonates. And its complication is totally preventable. That's why we keep on making noise about it. It's common, it's dangerous, it's preventable. That's why we talk about it.
Are there types of neonatal jaundice? I'm asking this question because you made mention that 8 out of 10 babies who are born prematurely have a higher chance of having the condition of neonatal jaundice, and then 6 out of 10 babies who are born within normal times have the condition. So are there any differences or kinds of neonatal jaundice?
Okay, so to answer your question, I'd have to go into what causes jaundice,
okay,
in order to tell us how we can classify it. So in you and I, we have red blood cells that are usually broken down. They are broken down to form bilirubin and some other products that we wouldn't talk about. The bilirubin, it's usually carried to the liver and it's excreted through the stool. Simple terms.
Okay.
So when our liver, so the liver processes the bilirubin for excretion, and it's the bilirubin that causes the jaundice. So high bilirubin level will give you jaundice. I hope you understand that.
Yes.
And the liver processes the bilirubin for it to be excreted out of the body. So if there's a problem with the liver, the bilirubin will build up. I hope you are following.
Yeah.
So in neonates, that's children or babies, their conversion ability or the activity of their liver enzymes are not as mature as adults. So they can't convert the bilirubin to an excretable form. That's one cause. That's the first cause.
Okay.
So because babies or neonates are inherently unable to convert the bilirubin to an easily excretable form, it easily builds up. So that's what causes neonatal jaundice.
Okay.
Then we can classify that as physiological because there's essentially nothing wrong with the baby. It's just because the system is now developing. So we
the
call
system
that
at the moment
yeah,
cannot make
so
use of
the baby is fine.
Okay.
So we call that physiological jaundice. But then, when there are other causes, let's say blood group incompatibility, the mother is rhesus negative, the child is positive, the more or less the antibodies are fighting each other, causing the red blood cells to break down faster than they are supposed to. So already the baby can't excrete. Now you are adding more. So we call that pathological jaundice.
Okay.
I hope you get that too.
Yes. So let me try and see if I can simplify what you said. So with the first type, which is the physiological, it is as no fault of the child.
Exactly.
At the moment, their system cannot make good use of the bilirubin
to excrete it out.
Exactly. And then with the pathological, is as a result of a fault, maybe from the child or from
blood group incompatibilities, other enzyme deficiencies.
Yes.
And the reason why the classification is purely academic, when you come to clinical setting, we really don't say this is physiological jaundice, this is pathological jaundice. We just say neonatal jaundice.
Okay.
It's because the treatment is essentially the same, and we usually can't. It's usually prudent to treat them, to give them the same level of attention, because regardless of whether it's a physiological process or a pathological process, if the bilirubin is high, it can poison the brain and kill the child or cause brain damage. So this classification of physiological, pathological is purely academic. It's for exams. But when you're in the clinical practice, you'd actually, if your baby has jaundice, you actually try to find out whether there's a blood group incompatibility, there's an enzyme deficiency or whatnot. But essentially, you manage your child whether it's physiological or pathological. So the classification is there, but it's just for exams and purely academic. Clinically, we treat them the same, and we manage them as aggressive as whether it's physiological or pathological.
Earlier, you mentioned that neonatal jaundice happens within the first 1 month of a child. At what point after childbirth do you diagnose it, and what are the indications you look out for in a child to be able to detect that this particular child may be suffering from neonatal jaundice?
Okay, so from birth to 1 month,
okay,
you can diagnose it within any window. At birth, once the child is delivered, whether via an operation or not, you examine the child, you realize that there's yellowing discoloration of the eyes or the skin, you have your neonatal jaundice. You do some labs to confirm it. The child might be fine at birth, the child will be discharged, will go home and come back. You go home, the mother would realize that the eyes or the skin is yellow, come back, you diagnose jaundice. So it doesn't really matter whether it's day 1, day 0, day 30, up to day 30, it's still neonatal jaundice.
Great. Let's look at the causes. Now you've explained by means of the types what causes it, but do we have other risk factors that can result in neonatal jaundice?
Okay. The first one, like I explained, is the physiological in quotes, when the baby is not able to break down the bilirubin like the baby is supposed to. Then we have another common cause is blood group incompatibilities.
Okay.
So, not to go too much into immunology, we all have blood groups. I don't know if you know your blood group, but I'm B positive.
Okay.
So we have the ABO blood groups and we have the rhesus blood groups. Usually, the rhesus groups, so mothers who are negative, if a mother is negative and the father is positive, and the child that's in the mother's womb is positive, sometimes some of the blood can cross, mother and fetal blood can cross.
Oh, okay, so if you say blood group incompatibility, it is just the mother and then the child, not say mother and father.
Just the mother and child. Just the mother and child. Okay. So the mother's blood group and the baby's blood group. The rhesus factor. If the mother is negative, the baby is positive, there's a high risk of having neonatal jaundice.
Okay.
If the mother's blood group is O positive and the baby has any other blood group, there's an increased risk, albeit lower risk than rhesus incompatibility.
Okay.
That's cause of jaundice. Then we have some enzymes, an enzyme called glucose-6-phosphate dehydrogenase. It's an enzyme that usually breaks down oxidant species. So oxidant species are let's say metabolic products that can affect red blood cells, can affect any cell in the body. So they break down the red blood cells, like I said, to produce the bilirubin. So if you have this enzyme deficiency, this enzyme is supposed to mop up the reactive oxygen species. If that enzyme is deficient, then the ROS, the reactive oxygen species, tend to break down red blood cells faster than they are supposed to, tend to increase the levels of bilirubin and cause jaundice. Then there are other rare causes, like some inborn errors of metabolism, like galactosemia. They are quite rare. They can also cause jaundice. Then there's also breast milk and breastfeeding jaundice. There are two opposite causes, two opposite etiologies. When we talk about breastfeeding jaundice, so I think I mentioned earlier that the bilirubin is supposed to be broken down or converted by the liver, then excreted out. In children who are not being breastfed well, or the feeds are limited, the bilirubin is supposed to go through the gut and come out through the stool. But if you are not breastfeeding well, there's no food in the gut to come out. There's no food in the gut to come out. So you realize that the bilirubin is staying in the gut and being reabsorbed into the blood. So that causes the breastfeeding jaundice. And in some women, there's an enzyme in the milk that can convert the already converted bilirubin back into something that can be reabsorbed into the blood to cause the jaundice. Yeah, so these are some of the common causes of neonatal jaundice.
Well, that was very insightful. Let's go for a quick break. And then when we return from the break, we'll talk about the neonatal jaundice gotten from breastfeeding, because it happens that traditionally some mothers use breast milk to treat jaundice in their children. And you are telling me that breastfeeding can cause neonatal jaundice. So after this quick break, we would look at it. Now let's go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll look at how breastfeeding can cause neonatal jaundice in children. Yeah, welcome back to Health Focus on GhanaWeb TV. I'm Elliot Aitenwete, and I have with me here Dr. Edward Akosadan. So he's a medical practitioner with the Ghana Police Hospital. Doc, before we went for the break, we were talking about how breastfeeding can lead to neonatal jaundice in children. Can you touch on that? Not briefly, because strangely, some mothers tend to use breast milk to treat neonatal jaundice in their kids.
Okay. So it's quite a paradox, if you ask me, that giving breast milk can cause jaundice and not giving breast milk can also cause jaundice. The most common one is the not giving breast milk. So like I explained earlier, not giving breast milk can cause the bilirubin to stay in the gut, will be reabsorbed into the blood and cause jaundice. Then if you give more breast milk, it causes the bilirubin and everything to be excreted faster, and the jaundice will go away. Then we have the other side where giving breast milk can cause jaundice, and that's what we call breast milk jaundice. And I should mention that breast milk jaundice is a diagnosis of exclusion. When we say something is a diagnosis of exclusion, it means once you've exhausted all other causes of the jaundice and you've examined all the systems of the child, of the baby, and everything is fine, and the child still has jaundice, and once you stop the breast milk, you realize that jaundice is clearing up, then you can confidently say that we have breast milk jaundice. So what causes breast milk jaundice is the fact that some women have an enzyme in the milk that reconverts the bilirubin back to its form that can be reabsorbed from the gut into the blood and lead to the yellowing, discoloration of the sclera and the eyes. It's not very common, I should say, but then it's there. And what we should keep in mind is that once you have neonatal jaundice, you've tested everything. The woman is breastfeeding adequately, so you know there's no breastfeeding jaundice. You've tested the liver, you've tested everything, but still the baby is jaundice. You know there's breast milk jaundice. And if you test the baby's bilirubin level, you examine all the system, the liver, everything is fine. The baby is active and playing well. You can tell the mother to continue breastfeeding. Okay. It's a self-limiting condition, usually resolves after 12 weeks, and requires adequate monitoring. So once the bilirubin level is not too high, not in the phototherapy level, the child is out of the first 2-week period, you can let the woman continue breastfeeding whilst monitoring the serum bilirubin level. And after 12 weeks, usually it will self-resolve. But then, if the breast milk jaundice, you check the bilirubin level is extremely high. The child requires phototherapy. When you stop the breastfeeding, the bilirubin level goes down. But when you start again, it goes very high again. The child requires phototherapy again. Then you'd be thinking that, okay, this is someone we can't do breastfeeding. We'd have to find other alternatives. Okay. Especially if it's between that period where it can cause the brain damage. So that's it for the breastfeeding. It's quite a paradox if you ask me. But then, like I said, it's a diagnosis of exclusion. You have to rule out all the other causes. You know, infections you can cause jaundice. Rule out all the other causes of the neonatal jaundice. Then you can confidently say that this is breast milk jaundice, and we can either continue the breastfeeding and monitor, but if it's getting to levels where it might affect the child's brain, then you have to hold it.
Since we've touched on some traditional ways parents use in treating neonatal jaundice, can we look at how safe it is? Now, there are some people, prior to this interview, I did some readings, and then some people say that they use pawpaw leaves to bathe their child when they detect that their skin is yellowish to cure neonatal jaundice. Some also say after bathing their child with a pawpaw leaf, they give them some to drink. And I understand that at that period, at the first 1 month after birth, children are supposed to take, if anything at all, just the breast milk. How dangerous is it?
So let me also add some. Some also pour the breast milk into the child's eye. Yes. I've heard of that. So they have no evidence in literature that they are effective, and they might actually be deleterious, because pawpaw leaves, the child's guts, that's the intestines, they are not used to something as harsh as that. Okay. So it might affect them negatively than help them. Its effectiveness is not documented. There's sunbathing, where women were advised to take their children out into the morning sun. The jaundice might clear. If you are lucky and it's physiological jaundice, the levels aren't high, the jaundice was going to clear on its own. When you taking that child into the sun might work. But then here's the case. I read something recently that, let's say you see a woman who has a long dress, a very, very long dress, and the woman is wearing a high heel, and the woman is very tall. Would you say that the woman is naturally tall, the high heel that's making the woman tall, especially with the long dress covering the legs? What would you say? It
will be very difficult.
It will be very difficult. So if you see a child with jaundice, it will be very difficult to say that this is physiological, this is pathological. Physiological, it will go. Let's just monitor. Let's just continue the breastfeeding. This is pathological. We need to treat. Very, very difficult. You have to take the child to the hospital. So all these practices, now that we have evidence-based therapy, I'm sure you'd ask me about how we manage it. We'll get there. Now that we have evidence-based therapy to manage neonatal jaundice, I believe that it's in our interest and the interest of our mothers to bring the babies to the hospital for us to manage, because we honestly can't tell the difference.
I would want to draw you back to the traditional method, because most often if you look at the family setting, then people who advocate for this traditional means, it is the grandparents those who are more in touch with their roots and then their herbal life. I don't know if that is the best way to put it, because they claim that it has been working over time, and even at a time where we didn't have medical knowledge and the medical technology, that was what they were relying on, and that was what was helping. Don't you think that it's about time maybe the scientific world look at some of these traditional means to see if indeed they are potent, or like you are saying, it's just a coincidence? Most of these children who were taken through this process just had the physiological jaundice and then they are cured.
Well, the jury is out, but I believe that something that I know definitely is deleterious to the baby's guts, like the pawpaw leaves, drinking it, that I wouldn't say we should look into. Yes, I think that's a no-no. But other things, the sunbathing, if it's physiological work, honestly, if it's pathologic, and you can't tell the difference. So I'm sure during those times, they had more physiological causes. And the reason being that I know someone who was rhesus negative. That's the blood group.
Okay.
Rhesus negative had recurrent miscarriages because the blood mixed up in utero. So once she gets pregnant, she loses the baby. So she never had a child. That's an older person. I know someone who's rhesus negative who has 4 children. So in those times, possibly the person with rhesus negative never had a child to have pathological jaundice. By recent times, with something called ROGAM, where mothers who are rhesus negative can have children with a reduced risk of neonatal jaundice, might have children who have pathological jaundice who need to be treated. So in those times, they weren't, I'm tempted to say they weren't having a lot of pathological jaundice. That's why those things the sunbathing was working. But now we know that pathological jaundice is there. There's a thin line between that and physiological jaundice. And if you can, why not bring the child to the hospital?
Before we look at the scientific and then the medical treatment, I would want to know that, is it possible to detect if a child is predisposed to neonatal jaundice from the, is it antenatal period?
Oh, definitely. It's very, very possible. Not even the neonatal period. A woman who has the firstborn having neonatal jaundice is likely to have a secondborn having neonatal jaundice, because the risk factors that cause the firstborn to have the neonatal jaundice is probably present in the secondborn. So that's why we take a history, we do some labs and find out. If you look in the neonatal book, there's a part, there's blood group, ABO blood group, there's rhesus factor, there's G6PD status. So they test the woman for all those things. So if I'm seeing a woman who is in labor or who is due maybe next week, and I know the woman is rhesus negative, I have it at the back of my mind that this baby is at risk of having neonatal jaundice. I have to look out for it. If the baby doesn't have neonatal jaundice at birth, I would counsel the mother to look out for it and come to the hospital as soon as possible. If a woman, because G6PD is X-linked recessive, if a woman has neonatal jaundice, if a woman has G6PD deficiency and has a male child, my interest is piqued in that child, because that child is at risk of having neonatal jaundice.
So is it okay to say that neonatal jaundice can be hereditary?
No. When we say hereditary, then we have a genetic basis.
Okay.
I can say sickle cell to some extent is hereditary.
Yes.
Because you inherit defective genes. I can say to some extent albinism is hereditary, because you inherit some specific genes. I can say to some extent that baldness or male pattern baldness is hereditary, because you inherit some specific genes. But then with neonatal jaundice, we will classify it as risk factors. So the woman or the baby has a higher risk, not an inherited risk.
Okay.
I don't know if you understand.
Yeah, I get it. Now let's go to the treatment. How is it treated? And how do you dictate? I don't want to believe that any child who is having what is close to a yellowish skin would outrightly be classified as a child suffering neonatal jaundice. So how do you detect it, and then how do you treat it?
Okay. So when you come to the hospital and you're a mother, you're a father, you realize that your baby's eye or skin has a yellowish discoloration, we'll do some labs. Okay. We'll take the blood, take it to the lab to check for the serum bilirubin level. We have a reference range. Once it's higher than that reference range, then we can confidently say that this is neonatal jaundice. So then we have a diagnosis. Okay. Once we have our diagnosis, we decide whether to treat or not. Then we have something called a phototherapy chart. So every day, let's say on day 1, your bilirubin level is supposed to be this value. On day 2, it's supposed to be this value. On day 3, it's supposed to be this value. Then we plot it along that axis. We have a line, and if your value is above that line, then you need to have phototherapy for that day. So a child that's, let's say, 7 days might have a high value. Or let's say a child that's 1 day and a child that's 7 days might have the same value. But the one who's 1 day old will need phototherapy. And the one who's 7 days old will not need phototherapy. Then we have another graph that shows that we plot higher levels or high bilirubin levels. And with that, we move from phototherapy to something called exchange transfusion. It's a modality of managing severe neonatal jaundice. I think we'll get to that. But the mainstay is phototherapy. Okay. Mainstay is phototherapy. In severe jaundice with higher values, then exchange transfusion comes in.
What is that? What is exchange transfusion?
So let me talk about phototherapy first, because that's what most people would have. So with phototherapy, I don't know if you recall that bilirubin is toxic to the brain. Bilirubin is in the blood. We need to get bilirubin out of the blood, excreted either through our urine or through our stool. The light will convert bilirubin to a form, another form that is non-toxic, that can be easily excreted. Basically, that's what phototherapy does. Converts the bilirubin to a form, is non-toxic, and can easily be excreted. There are three main ways it does that. There's photoisomerization, there's structural isomerization. I wouldn't really go into that. But then, basically, we'll convert bilirubin to a form that can be excreted, can get out of the body, so it doesn't poison the brain. When we have very high levels that we need to act very fast, there's something we call exchange transfusion. The bilirubin is in the blood, right?
Yeah.
We want the bilirubin to get out of the blood. But using the photo comparing it to the value we have will be quite slow. So in very simple terms, we remove all the baby's blood and put another blood inside. Wow. I don't know if you understand that. Yes. So that's exchange transfusion. So we get all the bilirubin out, bring new blood that has normal bilirubin levels, so there's nothing to poison the baby's brain.
And then do the transfusion.
So that's what we do for very severe jaundice. Yes. But then most people would have the phototherapy. The phototherapy works. Okay. Works magic.
Okay. So like you mentioned, neonatal jaundice can be diagnosed within the first 1 month.
First day.
Yes, even the first day. Yeah. But then there's a chance that at birth some children may not show signs.
Yes, possible.
And they will show signs later on when they are at home.
Yes.
Why is it necessary that immediately they witness it, or a parent sees a red flag, they immediately bring it to the hospital? Because there are some parents who would say, oh, traditionally for me, the moment I bring my child from home to the house, it must to the house. It must take 7 days before the child will come out. What do you have for those parents?
Okay, so the main reason it's important is because neonatal jaundice can cause an easily preventable sequelae called kernicterus. Kernicterus is bilirubin encephalopathy. In simple terms, causes brain damage. So why we are scared of neonatal jaundice is because it causes brain damage. It can cause death. And why we think it's very important to bring the child as soon as possible is because that complication can easily be prevented. So we don't want the complication to happen. What can we do for the complication not to happen? We can do phototherapy. And that complication will not happen. Okay. So that's why it's very important. And the brain damage might not be apparent in the neonatal period, might not even be apparent in the first 3 or 6 months. It's when the child is supposed to sit. You realize, oh, this child is not sitting when the child is supposed to sit. The child is supposed to crawl. The child is not laughing. The child is not smiling. So it won't be apparent to you in the first month, first 2 months, first 3 months. But when the child is supposed to achieve some milestones, then you know that, okay, this child is not developing. Then we'll trace it back and realize that, oh my God, the child has bilirubin encephalopathy, something that could have been prevented with jet blue light. Wow. So that's why it's important, basically.
All right, thank you very much, Doc, for your time with us today. So it was all about neonatal jaundice with Dr. Edward Akosa Danso. He's a medical practitioner at the Ghana Police Hospital. My name is Elliot Aitenwete. Let's meet same time next week.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation affirmation or love language comes to urge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden.
Fuel prices have remained quite unstable in the past few months, even maybe from last year. Today we want to ask drivers how much they spend in filling their tank, in buying fuel and diesel, every type of car, and how much they spend on diesel, be it structural, be it taxi, or even private cars. My name is Stella J.J. Sogli for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
A Ford Transit.
It's a high the fellow tank.
400. And Yama, just 250. My father said 300. I said, Bayama. 4 million. 4 million, 400 Ghana city. For noon yet, almost too much. Are they on air die soon? Almost die, sorry, on better to fuel. A day.
It's the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, and today we're taking you on a journey to the Ketu South constituency, a region critical to this particular election. We'll be speaking with some of the constituents. We want to find out from them, are they satisfied with the work of their MP, and who will be their preferred candidate in the next elections? Come with me for more. We're currently at Agbozuma, and then we're going to have a chit chat with the people, or let's say the constituents of Agbozuma, to tell us about the work of their MP. And currently I have Kwame here.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. I think since the inception of the Fourth Republic, this place has been for the NDC, and over the years, as you can see, we have not seen any better development here. You see, our roads are very deplorable. It is just recently that the MC, who is Honorable Lugudo, has tried to facelift the road from here to Kliko. And currently, for about 2 years now, we have been having challenge with water. Our source of pipe-borne water is damaged, and we have expected our MP to play a major role in ensuring that the water supply is restored. But as we speak, we don't have water. We have to buy water from Kliko, and at least every household spends not less than 100 cedis a week on water. When it comes to education, I think we are a bit okay, because the schools are well resourced, and the MP has a project that is sanitary pad distribution to girl child in the constituency, and I think that she's doing well with that. But our concern is that she should have an office here where our concerns can be taken to Accra, because she's representing about 200,000 people of Ketu South, and there should be an office for her in the constituency where people can lodge their complaints or their demands to government, so that she can take it up to the Parliament of Ghana and push it for us. But that is not happening. So I think we have a lot to do, because we have been voting for the NDC, and as a person, I think we should try the MPP this time for the parliamentary, because we've had about 8 sections of NDC, and we have not seen any proper development. So I think our people should try to give a chance to the MPP parliamentary candidate, Honorable Samuel Doe Halligan, because we need somebody with a critical mind to represent us in the Parliament of Ghana.
Don't you think your MP has that quality?
As you can see, we don't see nothing coming from here. She's not doing what we expect of her to do.
What are some of the things you're expecting from her?
Our roads are not good. We think she should lobby for us. We know she's not for that project, but she can lobby the project for us, and that is not happening. Secondly, our market is also not good. When you enter the market, you see that the shares are very bad, and she's not doing anything about those things. Yeah. And there are a lot of things we can mention that she's not doing. Recently we had this flood situation, and we expected her to play a major role, but she was not available for us.
Was Agbozuma affected?
Highly affected. The major affected community is Agbozuma and the surrounding communities.
The show is still Campaign Trail, and we're here at Deno in the K2 constituency. And I have some residents here who will be sharing their thoughts with me in regards to some of the work of their MP, Abla Jifa Gomashi. Please, your name?
My name is Samuel. Yeah.
So are you satisfied with the work of your MP so far?
Yeah, she is doing well. As I can say, our community is doing well, but just that there are some problems we are facing. So we wish our MP to solve those problems for us. Let's say, example, like our education system, how the children don't like to go to school, how there's no work in the community and we are suffering for those things. We don't have hospitals or let's say clinics in our communities.
There should be a job sector for the youth especially. You know, some of us, we are graduates from SHS, but due to the difficulties in jobs sectors, we are unable to get jobs, and so that is the reason we're riding Okada right now. So yes, I think they should do something on that one too. Yes.
Yeah, our roads are not well fixed, so at least let her try to maintain our road, even though to patch it, so that all those our travelers, those are carrying goods from the far away to the community. Like
from Hedronao area to Adafianu, the main road to from let's say from Denu Junction to Keta. This road is very bad.
Nyade, magbere mi adegbema. Na acha 2 city komi corner fona jogbona mi avi onu na kakana devi omoton la shi o. Wodun di kwa isuku a 15 city. Ama evai fifia na moto rogola moto galema. Afina kondi ko bani no ga igbo ga nduge afiza na dota ava webe agba va sesanami fifia wo dagara ngoji alaka gbagbaba mfo flamalio na yashi magba na ve flamu 2 cd a acho na ikoba 5 cd vola 2 cd la shi kwa roko na vano toturo na nwadra ha o ma flamu ala ba anwa hoshita ava wo ba agba va sesanami manyanya vikro mi fukpa malaka gbagbaba ina va malajio nya mpi anya bade na nya ba na yide na kpogbobo gble no fa magan woda ngoji poto anwo na bobo na mi la kporang me boda mi la fia boda acha boda mi ada da o ple mi no vio ina ve ko gbate fifia boda o ma gata na reka o mu na yi ko ba hafe na dogo ko ba hafe ta o ma gata yi mu vo fi mo ina cha ve kpo na ndudu ta mi fukpa malaka gbegbe ta no lankurang na mi anwo ba shina didi an frelo ho ba jina jema ndra lo ha pa jina jema mi fukpa ajigbo ma la fi ma acha mi drane 50 pesos kaka ajigbo ma dra mu la 2 cd.
I am, but I think there are a lot to be done in the constituency, especially the problem with water. Yes, the whole of Agbozuma, we haven't have a drop of water for the past 1.5 to almost 2 years now. We are struggling with water issues. I think from Kliko, from this side to Kliko, they have water, but within Agbozuma, we don't have water. It has been a challenge. We celebrated Soweto 2000 without water. I mean, last year. And this year, we are hoping that there will be water. The MP will do something about it. We confronted the community heads, and we were told they will work on it before the next Soweto 2000. So that is what I'm hoping it is done before. The next festival is in September. The launch was done just last week in Ho. Yeah, in Ho. And I think we need water. That's all I can say. We need water. With the MP, she's doing well. Jifa Gomashi is doing well. She's trying. She's trying. You know, considering Mahama is not in power, we have Kufuor Baumia government in power, but I think she's doing well. Overall, she's trying. But with the water issues, I don't think she's doing enough.
That is the main challenge here in Agbozuma.
The main challenge is water. The main challenge, maybe maybe people will not voice out because it is K2 South. But I have to be frank with you, we need the water issues to be solved. It's almost 2 years now. It's very, very bad. People are not drinking potable water. When you go to the villages, you clearly see people, kids, struggling to get water from mouths before they get to school, which is very, very bad. Yeah, when it rains, you get to see kids getting water from water gathered on the along the roads. No, it's bad. No, it's bad. Friends coming to visit, they come and then water issues. There are pipes and stuff at home, but you can't get water. Yeah, you have to. People pay 60 cedis, 70 cedis to trucks to get the Kufwa gallons, about 10 for 60 cedis. Yeah, it's expensive. So that water, I personally can't use that water for a month. Within a week, that water should finish. So imagine 60 cedis a week in this economy, in this hardship.
What are some of the things you consider before you vote for the next parliamentary candidate? Either MPP, NDC or movement?
Okay. Anyway, asking this question, I know what went through your mind is, NDC stronghold, so definitely the answer is NDC, yes. I may try to consider MPP before, but looking at everything, the loots, like Katashe, what Proye and those things going on. No, NPP is a no. NPP is a no. To me, NPP, I'm just a normal citizen, but I will not choose NPP because choosing NPP means I'm asking them to steal more, to loot more, to chop money more. Sikadie Basa. That's what I'm expecting from. If I should vote for MPP, I'm expecting Sikadie Basa from them. So MPP is a no to me.
You know, kuyo vade. Kuyo vawo. Micheba deviopa jomo adautum. Oda maro doma. Kaka mio lopla ukpaje ma mio agbosuma fie. Aje bodre na vana mio ha mie vi oka isku dogomo po dora ka harako. Oji ashin dora no. Premier nyongwaro kwami mi achichanvo mitan akpoga ganyere ka ko chichami ta banko mi dona gala interest asunagbo tana bo mi aga dakoni oga va mi hiane pepere ngbo oji government gare na mi interest anadidi maga aga no haiba na mi doma chichireji na va na mi fifi alo le mi doma aw mi kata mi va gakaka mi nana ka gomosamu mi fukpan mi vi odogo sukuru ko le o mo podo ple de kayo ga sukwa yi ha o po suku dada ha manyu ro yi sukwa san ko ba alaka mu gata mi chaka mi nyonwe la jila o fie mi chaka le mi anu kuma de fifia ba du ya plomo le na ma u va mi ngba ma ha ma va o tro adoli anwu na mi ba jina jam ta mi o changa lo ma ha ma ple jifa yi ko ga yi gele nya gbonye o ko ga yi ga kaka no vade na ma we bo vako na tru na mi nyonwo am ya ba jina jam.
As we continue our tour of the K2 South constituency, we will take a closer look at these pressing issues and hear from the Member of Parliament, Abla Jifagumashi, as she shares her effort to address these challenges and her vision for the future of her constituency. I just want to find out, how would you describe your time in Parliament so far?
It's been educative, stressful, fulfilling, and more gratifying as well. First of all, I'm blessed to be the Member of Parliament for the people of K2 South. If you look at the size of the constituency, and I got picked by the people to represent them, it's a privilege and an honor. It's also been sometimes a bit disappointing. I think that what I thought the work entailed versus what I have to deal with are like day and night. I thought that because I've been doing social work for so long, and as a former deputy minister, I've seen the terrain. I worked with Mrs. Rawlings and the 31st December Women's Movement. I volunteered from before NDC was born, really, from PNDC to date. Being a member of parliament is really not what I imagined. The reality is really scary.
So in this case, how do you ensure that the voices of your constituents are heard in Parliament? Because prior to we meeting you, we spoke to some few people, and then they mentioned that they had problems, they had challenges with water. Others were also talking about the roads and adjoining communities, like they want you to pay attention to that. Others were even asking that you should get disciplinarians to discipline the youth because of the way they dress, and they also threw more light. They applauded your work on getting some of them into the bead making and weaving. They were happy with that, and they want you to continue. But in all of these, having all of these problems in one basket, how do you decipher when you get to Parliament to make sure that these little ones are met?
Okay, so that's one of the weakest links of the democracy that we have accepted to follow. I do not think that the decentralization of governance exercise has achieved its aim. People still think that because is the member of parliament they vote for, then you should fix roads and provide water and all the social amenities that they need. If we had done a better job of educating people on what our work is, I'm not sure that even basic things like collection of rubbish in communities will be brought to the member of parliament. It will be sent to the municipal assembly. But that's part of the hurdle that we have to cross. So I do a lot of education really and redirection. But as you see, I encourage them to write to me. So when I receive the letters, I go through each one of them. So as I've been sitting here waiting for them to come, that's what I've done so far. I need to go through all of this and respond and assign tasks and responsibilities to my staff in the office. And sometimes I need to let them know that this has to go to maybe the director for education, maybe it has to go to the immigration service or the MCE and so on. So I pick what I can deal with, and what I cannot handle I send to the right place or direct them to do that. And as the spokesperson for the constituency, I also do file questions to ask what they want to hear, because they are the reason why I'm there, right? Yes. So when they give me issues, I make sure that what I cannot deal with privately, I send it to the floor. Okay. For example, before we rose, I had cause to make a statement on the work of the immigration service in my constituency, because I was getting exhausted from having to go and appeal to them all the time. Anytime they have to enforce the law, I think sometimes they do it physically, and also even with their guns. I have a case pending that happened in 2010, for example, where someone was shot, you see, and he went to court, and the court says that you didn't come early. Yes, so that's one of the letters I've just read. The gentleman was also in the office this morning to ask me whether I received the letter. So I'll be pursuing that. And also, when I did a statement, it was basically to say that, yes, we empower the immigration service to do a task. That does not include brutalizing the constituents. You see, maximum force. What does maximum force mean? Does maximum force mean that you should fire your gun and shoot someone? Okay, so I have 2 cases of gunshots. In the execution of your duties, I don't think that we are empowering you to maim people, you know. So those kinds of issues I'll take onto the floor of Parliament. And the ones that like roofing sheets of a school building and water and streetlights and so on. If there are small things that the fund can deal with, then I take that up. Okay.
Talking about the roofing sheet, I want to find out last but one question. What has been your greatest achievement ever since you came into Parliament?
I think the human capital development that has been my focus is what I'm particularly proud of, that for years I've been going to schools and organizing competitions amongst them and telling them that, look, I came from here and I have 7 years university education up my sleeve. You can do 10 years and 20 years, and with my 3 certificates you can get 5. You can do better than me because someone has done better than me, and it's paying off. So a lot of young people now are going to the university and they write to me asking for support and so on. I do support them to the best of my ability, and also the skills training that I've been doing, because from day one I told the constituency that infrastructure is good, but I want to build the capacity of the human beings that I have. Because of the proximity of the border to us, we are drawn to the border to make money to feed. But you see, there will come a time that that cannot happen, as is the case now. When COVID came, they realized that what I've been telling them is true, because our borders were closed for so long, and there was not one intervention. One. The rice was cooked in some cities. We were not provided with those kinds of interventions. And finally they realized that Mama was right all the time. That yes, the border avails itself for you to make some money, but when it's closed, what will you do? So even people who have higher education, some people do 2-3 jobs. I've done that my whole life, and I was cooking, I was acting, I was producing, I was in school. You can multitask, so when I put the skills training they took it in good faith, and in September we'll be graduating some people. I'm so excited about that. They are ready to write their NVTA exam, and then we will graduate them. So yeah, human capital development is my greatest achievement.
Okay. Finally, do you believe your constituents will retain you as their mama?
Did you not see in the primaries? Did you see the margin between me? Well, I should tell you. Look, if love from Ketu South residents could make me taller, I'll be the giant in this world. I mean, I have so much support from my people, and I'm totally blown away by it. And I know that they'll retain me hands down, as they did with the primaries. The main elections is a given. But I'm not going to just be relaxed about it, because ultimately my party, the NDC, must come back to power. And I'm John Mahama's #1 campaigner in Ketu South. And so I'm moving around and making sure that I remind them of what we gave them versus what they have now. And if Shawa Sitrimna Tuabapa is anything to go by, then the ball is in their court. So that's my job.
In addition to tackling infrastructural and economic challenges, Abla Jifa Gomashi has initiated a youth engagement project in the constituency, focusing on sandal making under the brand name KS Products. This initiative not only equips the youth with valuable skills, but also promotes local entrepreneurship. So we're still here in Ketu South, and as you can see, this is KS Products. This was made here. KS Products means Ketu South Product, and this is Mama's initiative. She's called Mama here, and this is Mama's initiative. Mama, this is beautiful, and it's made right here in your office.
Yes, thank you very much. So I know that my own story has evolved from being a young entrepreneur to becoming a politician, and I became an entrepreneur because I didn't have access to money, and I had to find ways to do it. I braided hair, I sold food.
Jack of all trades.
Jack of all trades. And I realized that there are young people with a lot of talent. I cannot employ them in the police service, the army, and so on, because, of course, you have to apply, and if they pick you, they pick you. So I figured that I must buy into the idea that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama put in the manifesto in 2020, which was to teach skills development. So I taught soap making, beads making, cake baking, makeup, phone repair, ICT, hairdressing, sewing, and so on. And we added shoemaking. And I'm so proud of my boys and girls. And they made these. Thankfully, I found this young man, Emmanuel. Emmanuel here came to introduce himself to me that he makes shoes, and if I can buy the machine, he will teach for free. And I said, good. So I gave them money to go and buy the machine. And then they went and found the thing to do the labels. And I'm so excited. So now we have KS products, which is Ketu South products.
So like the way we have the Zara, the Adidas, now we also have KS products.
That's right. And my colleague members of parliament, I'm bringing them for you to buy. 274 of you, minus me. And Mr. Speaker will donate to him. And maybe we'll donate one to the clerk of parliament. But the rest of you have to buy to invest in my people. Seriously, if I see the creativity of those who came to learn and the kinds of design that they themselves came up with, I'm truly, truly, truly inspired to do more. If you have, you import the shoemaking machine, you may donate one to us as well.
It's important. It's important. We need to help our own. Because we can't keep importing.
No, and the machine is expensive. So I know that they cannot afford it. So if we get people to donate the machines to us, I'm sure they can produce and sell. They can pay something for the machine so we can maintain it, and then they can keep the profit. So maybe we divide it into 3 parts. Yeah. And we, the teachers, can keep one. They can keep one. And then we use the other third part to buy the materials. See? So that it's recycled, and we can all get on with producing this on a large scale for we started with Ketu South, but we expect that we can go and sell in the markets in the region, you know. We still practice this 4 days market system. Okay. So like today can be a Plau market day, tomorrow will be Kata market day, and then the next day will be Agbozumo market day, and then the new market day. So they can go around the markets and be selling them and make something for themselves. Plus the fact is, you can start as a shoemaker and end up as the president of this republic. I started as a child dancer, an actress, a producer, name it, all of that. And today I'm the member of parliament, sitting in parliament on behalf of the blessed people of Ketu South. So don't think that anything is too small or below you. Use it as a launching pad to leap forward and become whatever you want to be.
As we've seen and heard in Ketu South, the challenges are real and the voices are loud. Deplorable roads, water shortages, and the weight of economic hardship continue to affect the daily lives of constituents, not forgetting unemployment. The call for change is clear. Stay with us as we continue to bring you more stories from the field, highlighting the concerns of communities across the country on our show, The Campaign Trail.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation in
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden.
I'm your friend.
Vice chair of the committee. Chairman, thank you. Lots of announcing that MP for the GP of South Africa. I am Samuel William, the chair of the Insurances Committee. So please, for your introductions. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Dr. John Kinsey, the ED, the Executive Director for EPA, and I am here together with Engineer Transport Safety, with my Deputy in charge of Operations, Engineer AC Neku, my Deputy in charge of Technical Services, Engineer Ali Michael, who is my Director for Mining. Yes, so this is our team before you. Thank you. Thank you for that generous introduction. Do we take it that only the two of you will speak for the record? If the others will be speaking, they will also have to be sworn. That is the practice of the House. Do you want the others to be sworn in? If they are going to be responding to the questions? I think as everyone necessary, are now two of them to be speaking. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Executive Director. So, Executive Director, can you briefly tell this committee the mandate of the EPA under Act 490? We know as members of Parliament, but the general public is following. So, for the benefit of those who are not conversant with the mandate of the Environmental Protection Agency, can you kindly take us through your mandate briefly? Thank you, Chairman. I think in accordance with Act 490, the EPA exists to advise the Honorable Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation on the formulation of policies on the environment, and in particular to make recommendations for the protection of the environment. We also exist to coordinate the activities of bodies concerned with the technical or practical aspects of the environment and serve as a channel of communication between those bodies and the ministry. And we exist to coordinate the activities of relevant bodies for the purposes of controlling the generation, treatment, storage, transportation, and disposal of industrial waste. And we exist to secure by itself or in collaboration with any other person or body the control and prevention of discharge of waste into the environment and the protection and improvement of the quality of the environment. And many other functions.
Thank you very much for elucidate on your mandate. Respectfully, you see the river samples before us. For the benefit of the committee collected the samples from the following rivers. This is the Cobra. This is just last week when we went to the Cobra. This is the Winen River. This is from Manfi. Manfi River. This is River Ofin. This is from the Fin River. This is the Volta River. I think this is how all of the rivers should have looked. But only the Volta River offers some some hope. Then we have the Odan River. This is the current state of the Odan River. This is the state of the Pra River. This is the state of the Buni River. This is the state of River Subi. This is the current state of the Biri River. And the committee also discovered that this is the current state of the Hule River. Honorable Executive Director, how will you respond to Ghanaians who will say that the EPA has let us down and that despite the fine conditions is involved in Act 190 and the powers given to you to protect our environment, this is the result? How will you respond to those who may accuse you of abysmally failing to protect our environment? How do you respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. I watch you display those bottles, and I feel sad about it. And I don't think there's any Ghanaian who is happy to see that this is the state of our affairs. The way you feel about those bottles is the same way I feel about those bottles. The responsibility for seeing a different result as before you does not only lie with a single agency or a single institution. I think it is a collective responsibility of all of us. And if all of us are not happy with what we are seeing, we all have to take the needed action to correct it. I think if we look at it from a narrow point of view and begin to pick and choose as to who to blame and to say X has failed or X has not failed, we will not see different results before you the next time. So I think that it is a collective responsibility. There's no single agency that is involved in
the permitting, regulating, compliance, monitoring process. And I can also say that among those clients that we have permitted, I can say that what we are seeing is not coming from them. So the part that we have to permit because they have come with legitimate documents from the Ministry of Lands, and as a result, we need to permit and make sure they do the right thing. We are doing that, and to that extent, nobody can say we are failing. But what you are seeing may be coming from illegal activities, and that is a matter before all of us as Ghanaians. And it's also a matter that is at the purview of national security. We have been doing our part as an agency to contribute to that, process of trying to deal with the matter. But I don't think we have failed in discharging our mandate as far as regulating what is legal and what should be acceptable. We're doing our work. Thank you.
Under the law, Act 490, you have talked about the activities of those engaging illegal mining, what we popularly call city. Under Section 12 of the law, you have the full powers to enforce the mandate given to you by law to demand an environmental impact assessment under Section 12 and under Section 12 to issue notices where there is no environmental impact assessment, where the people are not licensed, do not have the permit to carry out the activity that they are carrying out, which in your view destroys the environment. Have you pursued this section of the law? Because you have the powers to go after anybody engaged in illegality under Section 12 of the law.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, to the extent that you can identify an entity that is engaging, for example, in mining activities without permit, we will go after them. But there are two things involved. First of all, sometimes it's difficult to trace who is doing what. And then two, when people are engaging in illegal activities and they are armed and they pose a threat to our officers, the highest we can go is to report them to law enforcement agencies. And we cannot go beyond that because we are not in a position to fight, and so we call on, and that is why I did mention that beyond what we can tell, when people come, they go to the Ministry of Lands, they get a permit, and they do not do the right thing. We have more control over such people than when there is an activity happening and you don't even know who to trace to go and ask. At that point, you need security. You need the police. You need people who are armed to be able to go and arrest. And to that extent, on daily basis, our officers around the country are reporting such activities to the police. And we can only go back to ask what action has been taken and to question, but we are unable to do much regarding those activities.
When your officers, when the country reports, what has been your experience when they report to the security agencies? How will the security agencies respond?
I think the experience varies in certain places. They work there, in certain places they are placed before court. I think as we speak, I don't know the number, but several Ghanaians and other and probably nationals are before courts around the country because they are engaging in illegal activities. And yeah, so that's what is happening in places. They are able to, sometimes the police are also organized, because the truth is that it's a very difficult terrain, so sometimes we also need to mobilize and go on to take an action, and we can only follow up to and hope that they are able to take the action. Thank you. So if the police is acting, arrests are being made, how come on a daily basis we see the media reports when we went around, we saw active, that I would say, activities going on, and we see the state of our rivers. Are you really sure that there are arrests going on, because it's not reflecting on the ground? Thank you, Chair. Like I said, I don't have the exact number, but hundreds of Ghanaians are either before court or in various cells awaiting prosecution. So I think such arrests are ongoing. But can I say, it's a difficult challenge. It's almost like the more you try to arrest, the more people move into it. And I have always said that it's almost like giving birth to a beautiful girl and say you wouldn't allow me to come near her. And you can keep her in your bedroom, but one day she's going to tell you she's pregnant. That is how GhanaWeb has become. And that is why I say that I feel sad about what is in front of you. But it is all of us as Ghanaians who has that collective responsibility of dealing with it. And it is a multi-agency, the solution lies in a multi-agency approach and a collective decision by all of us, because it's still some of us, our own compatriots, who are also engaging in these activities. And that is why the responsibility is a collective one, and all of us need to take action. Thank you. Is it right to get the sense that you are giving up this example of a beautiful daughter, she still getting pregnant despite all the protection? Are you telling the country that EPA has given up? Are you overwhelmed? So we shouldn't be optimistic? No, not at all. We are not giving up. If you may recall, we are even before you in this house trying to get our act upgraded into an authority, so we can get some more biting powers. We are also, every year, if you look at our budgets that we present, every year we make a case that we need to expand our tentacles to every district in this country, because the truth is that we are not in every district in this country. And so there are capacity challenges. And every now and then we are making efforts to make sure we increase our workforce, we get equipment, we deploy technology to be able to get to every corner of this country and to protect the environment. So we are not giving up at all. We are looking forward that when you resume as a full house, you will do as the other and pass our bill into law and give us some more powers to be able to contribute our quota to protect the environment. Thank you. We have your allocations as approved by Parliament here. In 2020, we approved 111 million. In 2021, 105 million. In 2022, 214 million. In 2023, 244 million. In 2024, 239 million Ghana cedis. These are the allocations approved by this House for the EPA. Will you say that the taxpayer is getting value for money? All of these colossal allocations, and yet this is the state of our environment.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, you agree with me that for an agency such as the EPA, we should not be talking about 200 million budget per year. And that is part of the limitation. But yes, the taxpayer is getting value for money. You have those bottles in front of you, which represents just a small percentage of the work that the EPA is doing. We are regulating the petrochemical industry. We are regulating the mining industry. We are regulating the built environment, human settlement environment. We are regulating manufacturing environment. So we have a huge responsibility. And the mining industry is just part of what we are doing. And so if you look at the allocation, don't only look at the mining, but look at the entire portfolio of work that the EPA will have to do, and also including making sure we can protect the ozone layer. Then you know that we have a Herculean tax. And every year we are making a case, and if we can actually get to every district, then I believe that we can do better than we are doing now. But I think that if you look at issues that have to do with even offshore activities that we have to regulate and giving those budgetary allocation, I want to believe you will say that we are doing our best to protect the environment. Thank you. Will you concede that this allocation does not take into account IGF? You do charge for your services, don't you? Because the law allows you to charge for permits and for inspections and all of that. Mr. Chair, those allocations are 100% from our IGF. We are not getting subvention from central government. Thank you. So this is zero subvention from central government. Yes, thank you. Will you also agree with us as a committee that despite your large portfolio, manufacturing, petrochemical, and all of those other departments, this crisis potentially can collapse all of those and just kill all of us? Water is life. If GhanaWater company says that if this trend continues, the next 2 to 3 years, we will have to be importing water. And we are all not sure what we are eating, what we are drinking. The public health experts are telling us about the health hazards, the babies who are being born with deformities. The oncologists are telling us about rising levels of cancer, kidney diseases, liver diseases, and all of that. Will you agree with us that this is so fundamental that all those other portfolios you talked about will not exist if we do not deal with this existential threat? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a public health expert myself, and I completely agree that water is life, and if we do not act as quickly as yesterday, we are all in for the future will not be there, tomorrow will not be there for us to call Ghana. So I completely agree with you. And that is why in my opening remarks, I told you that the way you feel sad about those autism in front of you is the same way I do. And that is also why I said we all of us, as Ghanaians, we all need to act. We all need to act as quickly as possible and contribute in whichever way we can to deal with this matter as effective as possible. Traditional leaders, politicians, civil society, everybody, we all need to put our hands together to the problem to prevent what you are seeing before you. Thank you.
So, distinguished Executive Director, can you please let us in on your presence across the country, your structure, your presence in our regions, our districts, because the law says that you should establish offices in all regions and all districts in Ghana. How far have you gone with that? And we also want to know your staff strength currently. Can you please give us those details? Because plenary will be interested in that when we present our report.
Thank you, Chair. We have a staff strength of about 700. In terms of presence across the country, like I said, we are not present in every district. So we have headquarters here in Accra, we have regional offices, and then we have area offices. Area offices in the sense that you may have an office in one district, but it is overseen a number of other districts because we do not have offices in those ones. And in the last few years, it's been almost an annual affair that we make a case to the Ministry of Finance to try and get support to extend our tentacles to every district as required by the law you are quoting. But if you do not get the resources or you don't get how to proceed, you are unable to do that. This year we will make that case again. We continue to make it every year. And we are limited because also it depends on how much we generate. So if we are able to generate sufficient to be able to take care of our concurrent expenditure, then we can also extend to open new offices and recruit additional workforce. Thank you.
So, Section 11.1 of the law of your Parent Act provides that there shall be established in each regional capital of Ghana and in such districts as the board may determine regional and district offices of the agency. You are telling us that this portion of the law has not been complied with. Can we know how many regions and districts you are present currently?
Yes.
Chair, I think I'll come in this. Okay, yeah, pardon us, please go ahead. Okay. As asked, we are in all the regional capitals or in all the regions. And in Greater Accra, we have two regions. We have Greater Accra West, which is around the west of Accra. We have the headquarters in Amasaman, which looks at Amasaman, Bawe, all the areas there. Then we have
Greater East, which is in Tema, looking at Tema. What are the other political regions? They are present, and we have district offices in 23. We'll submit the name to you. 23 offices, and by the overlook beyond a district. So that is that. And then last year, we, through the Ministry of Finance, we applied that we want to construct 35 offices, and we needed the capital for infrastructure, said that we could then be present in that. So if we are acting in conclusion, we are 18 districts as we have, and then 23 area offices as the executive director said.
This your application for 35 offices has it been granted by the Minister of Finance?
It's in the process. Not yet.
When was the application made?
That was 2023, early part of 2023, last year.
That's more than a year. What are you thinking? Because we are in a crisis. I thought that this approval will come quickly. Have you been following up? Have you got any latest information from the Finance Ministry?
Not as I speak.
You tell us you have a staff strength of about 700. Ideally, looking at the current challenges we face, what should be the staff strength that can really combat this crisis head on? Ideally, if we are to recommend to this House that the Minister of Finance should give you the approval and the clearance to engage more workers, ideally, how many workers do you need at the EPA to combat the current menace?
Thank you, Chair. I think ideally, for a good start, we would need 1,500 workforce to deal with the current situation. Thank you.
So it means we are currently operating below half of what we really need.
Absolutely.
Under Section 10 of the law, you are supposed to establish a hazardous chemicals committee. Do you have that? Do you have this committee? Hazardous chemicals committee?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Can you give us the membership of the committee?
Yes, we introduce the committee into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How does this hazardous chemicals committee regulate these chemicals to protect all of us? Because we are being told about mercury available so easily on the open market. Things that say people get it with ease, cheapy ease, same for cyanide and all of that. So is this committee really working? And why is it that all these chemicals are floating all over the place, endangering our lives?
Mr. Chairman, I think we're mixing two items or two things or more. In respect to mercury and cyanide. Yes, they, for example, cyanide, it comes through the normal process, which is related to we have in EPA. So that is the formal. If you look at it comes through Ministry of Trade and Industry. Okay. But what we see currently has been spoken about illegally smuggled. Maybe let you know this. When you look at cyanide, which is used for bleaching gold in the formal sector, it is imported. Source of it is known to us. The quantities, the quality, and everything. And when it is brought in, it goes through proper processes for it to get to designated places, which is the landscape and the areas. Mercury basically is not used much.
Environmental, we know
if you look at alluvial operations, and whatever importation that is in terms of what we see. If you look at science, it's something that comes from the nation was informed in 2020. And within that period, as we were coming back by road, we saw signs of this type of action. Actually, it's being used in Burkina Faso. They did small trenches. The illegal miner takes small trenches, put in all the activities, and they go and later do the erosion process and then they go. So we drew the attention. That time we came, we drew the attention of government to that. This is a potential threat to this country. And several we send information such that we can help. And unfortunately, we all looked on. So now people report, which we know is going to happen, report about such systems that were being used in Burkina Faso, transported into Ghana. And I think that it is very important for us all, like the executive director has said, that we have to collectively tackle this. Is to me, it's the scar on the conscience of all of us. We have to act. And we've done a lot of things, engage your honorable selves. A number of times we engage your good selves. I remember in 2016 at the election, we met the committee responsible for environment, spoke about it, and what we discussed, maybe we can speak to you in private.
You really have scared us. So what you are the expert? What can we do? Is it too late to salvage the situation? This threat from Burkina Faso, the cyanide coming in. If you have to give us an expert advice, what can we do immediately to curb the situation?
Honorable Chair, I think that first and foremost, we should take away politics from it. That is the first. I think in Ghana now, even water is covered with politics. I'm an engineer by profession, and I would humbly appeal to your good self. I saw you on TV last week. Did a brilliant job, talking brilliantly, and I think it's part of the solution. So one, we have to take politics out of this illegal fight, and two, we have to get everybody on board, traditional authorities. I would say on authorities that we met National House of Chiefs in Kumasi, had an extensive discussion and told them about the implications and asked for certain things to be done. I would not like to tell the details here. We'll do that in private. Unfortunately, we couldn't get what we wanted to get. We've applied several approaches. We met the media. Look, the last time we did in Anissa, we met the parliamentary press corps. And one journalist asked us, what are we doing with the excavators that are in all the towns? I asked the journalist that, listen, if you look Ghana by our maintenance system, if I want to farm and I go to the periphery of a town to start weeding, somebody would come to you and say, why are you on this line? Weeding. However, all of us travel across this country, see excavators, we turn our eyes and look elsewhere. To me, those are the problems. So, honorable, there is hope, but the hope lies in our hands. If your good selves, chiefs, religious leaders, there are even pastors who come in for application for mining and other things. One time a pastor came and said, but I didn't imagine the Bible. Because your profession is to convert us. How would what would the pastor do in mining? Winning what? Souls. So, honorable, it is a problem which is solvable, but we need a collective effort and non-partisan. There is hope, but the hope lies in our hearts. Thank you.
So, the cyanide crisis, what is your estimation? Have you done any evaluation under your mandate? You are supposed to carry out periodic assessments. Have you done any assessment of how much we have in the system? And what's your expert recommendation on controlling these chemicals and getting it out of the easy reach of these miscreants in the system?
Mr. Chairman, I think, like you said, in terms of the formal use of cyanide, sodium cyanide, we have the numbers, we can finish you, because all the large-scale mining companies use cyanide in the leaching process. So the quantities are known, and the security of them is assured because it is bonded, properly secured. So there is nothing that comes out of the formalized areas in Ghana. So all the cyanide being used in the small scale illegally is imported from Burkina Faso, or they are brought in illegally. What we did initially is that besides the large scale mine, EPA is not actually permitting any other group, whether it can be medium or whatever, because we know the implications of the usage of cyanide. So with inventory, we have the numbers pertaining to the large-scale operations. What I would like to suggest that we may have to enhance our surveillance across, especially our northern boundary, to prevent smuggling of these sodium cyanide into Ghana for the illegal leaching in the small illegal mining sector. It is not the small scale. So let me distinguish. EPA does not agree the usage of cyanide in the small scale mining sector. It's only on the large scale. But what we see with, we are all alive, is the usage in the illegal mining. And I think that when we improve surveillance across the borders of our beloved country, we shall be able to maybe reduce that or eliminate it. Thank you.
So Section 2J of 490 mandates you to liaise and cooperate with other government agencies, district assemblies, and other bodies and institutions to control pollution and generally protect the environment.
Okay.
How have you liaised and collaborated with other agencies to prevent this smuggling? Because you have the powers to bring this information, for example, to the knowledge of immigration, to the national security apparatus, to help stop this smuggling and illegal importation of these dangerous chemicals into our country. Are you considering this part of the law, and what has been the results?
Mr. Chairman,
Let's meet me ask from number 2. Time no na ɛkɔ sisi a. But meet me akasa, but time no na ɛyɛ yi sisi a. Yeah, me need to so.
In terms of the district, yes, we have
I can read the meeting akasa. Yeah.
all the district. As we said, we are in all the regions, and our regional directors are actually sit on some of the committees in the. So anything that we gather, we share, and we can go to that.
Okay, now, if the message will never first,
He found out that there was a challenge in terms of security and attraction of the media. There were illegal signing just close to them, and we had to collaborate with the National Security and the Ministry of Defense, Ghana Army, for us to establish a monitoring center there. So now there is a station media that was initiated by EPA. So normally when we do it quietly and the entire collaboration. But in terms of illegal mining, that has been the problem. And maybe let me also say, illegality or illegal mining activities is probably not in gold. It's in sand as well, in gravel and others. So I think we would, as a country, we would want to, I would plead with you that, look, let us all make sure that the laws your good selves are passed. We have to make sure that the laws work.
The Honorable Chairman, comes the Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. What would you say is the biggest challenge as an industry?
I think the biggest challenge is limited capacity, especially in terms of the workforce.
I'm sure we are all here struggling because of what we have in front of us. And as a result of the illegal mining, you issue licenses. Mineral Commission also does. You and the Mineral Commission, how do you cooperate? Who issues the licenses? Is it the Mineral Commission or you? And, okay, let me stop there.
Mr. Chairman, actually before 2006, the procedure has been that when someone or an entity, let's say an entity wants to mine, you send your request to Minerals Commission. They do all what they have to do, and then ask the EPA to grant an environmental permit before they will continue the process and issue you the lease. Normally, as you know, the mineral is entrusted in the president on behalf of all, and that mandate is discharged by the minister responsible for mines. So when Minerals Commission receive our permit, then they recommend to the minister for issuance of the lease. Unfortunately, I would say that this process was changed since 2006. So now what it is that if you are interested to do any mining, you go to Minerals Commission and then they go through the processes. Then the minister responsible for mines issues the lease before you come to us. So that is the process.
And when they come to you, what do you want to do as an agency?
We, by NLI 1652, 1999, you're supposed to go through what we call environmental impact assessment process. And that process, I think the three main things is you consider is the concept of your activity. Then you also furnish us with existing environmental conditions, what is we call the baseline condition before your activity will come in. Thereafter, then you propose mitigation that would correct the impact that your activity will bring. And in my end, you also supposed to even give us liability estimate. You know, mining definitely is the great. So the liability that your activity will cause, you have to give us the cost of repair. So then, based upon which we will ask you to post a bond as a guarantee that you will definitely repair the damage you have caused through your operation. When this is done, then you can go back. Then you go back to Minerals Commission. Then they give you what they call a digging permit. So we go through rigorous environmental impact assessment process. And one of the other key components is that law allows us to do stakeholder engagement. So we don't issue a permit without consulting people within the area of influence of the operation. So all the time we go what we call a public forum to discuss the projects, the consequences, and mitigations, and even the benefits and others to communities within the area.
Are these things in theory, or we do them practically?
Mr. Chairman, maybe what we'll do is that when we leave here, we'll bring you evidence of that. We have recordings, video recordings of all the things we do. So since 1999, we can show the good community assurance committee all what we've done. The recent one we did was on the lithium in Stratcomm. And it is something that we do as part of the process. So it's not theory, it is practical. And there are evidences for that. We have reports about that. Mr. Chair, thank you.
So, Honorable Chair, when a crime happens, has your agency ever advised the Mineral Commission or the Federal as a ministry regarding what has happened?
Mr. Chair, Honorable Member,
the excessive damage to our lands, our forests, our water bodies. Have you had the opportunity of visiting companies that have issued licenses to? You've gone to see what they do, the impact of the mining, and advise Mineral Commission on the ministry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As I explained earlier, for companies that we have permitted, it is a regular process of going for compliance monitoring to check whether they are operating according to the conditions. And that is why in my opening statement I said the problem is not coming from those that have gone through the process that my colleague just explained. The problem is coming from illegal activities. So for those that we have permitted, the permit goes with the schedule. The schedule specifies what is allowed and what is not allowed. And our officers go on regular monitoring. And if you are found to go beyond what you are permitted to do, there are sanctions that comes with it. We can even ask you to stop it. And it has happened before. So it is what you say declaring happening is what is in the realm of illegality, and which we are all responsible for it. Thank you.
And the time we are certain that there are companies that are legally registered. The other day I said they have permit to operate, and the chief executive said no, they didn't have that permit to operate. But there are companies that have your license, they have Mineral Commission's license, but they are working or they are operating illegally. They are in areas that they are not supposed to operate. Yet you get there and they show you documents from EPA, documents from Mineral Commission. What do you have to say about that?
So thank you, Chair. I did say that it's a collective responsibility. When you see such companies that has EPA permits, when you say legally registered, that's a different thing. But if you say that they have EPA permits and they are not working according to what our schedule says, then you bring it to our attention and we'll go after them. Thank you.
I don't think I'll be wrong to cite Akwanta Mines as one of such companies. Akwanta Mines, yes.
Mr. Chair, I think Akwanta Mines matter has been in the public domain. Akwanta Mines, as far as our records would say, they apply to EPA for prospecting or exploration purposes, and we gave them permits and to undertake exploration. However, what happened was that they were actually mined, and EPA made it clear when this news broke. We were there, and the necessary things were done. So Akwanta mining was permitted not to undertake mining, but to carry out with exploration. And exploration is not mining; it's just matter of geological investigation. You take some samples, do some little trenches, and then assess where the gold actually is. So that is what happened. Thank you.
And my final
when you say that you went there and the property was done, can you explain exactly what did you do to Akwanta Mining?
Mr. Chairman, we withdrew the permit, the prospecting permit, and I think we find them as well. Yes, we find them. We will have the power to find them. Yes.
How much is the fine?
Mr. Chairman, on top of my head, we can supply that information later.
So we can be checking on that once proceedings continue. But under the law, you are allowed to find and prosecute. In this case, you appear to only have fined. Why is that? Why did you only find?
So I think the law gives us that, and we know that in terms of environmental management, previously they were using the carrot and stick approach. So, and we know I'm not a lawyer, but I think you don't punish the bull twice. Thank you.
So, are you suggesting that Section 13.4 of the law is problematic? Because the law is clear. Any person who acts contrary to enforcement notice issued under this section, and it also includes those who are violating the permit shall be liable for some violation to the fine, not exceeding 2 million
assurance.
not exceeding 1 year.
I think this one.
So you can be prosecuted. You have
no, this one is not on the 10th floor. 10th floor. Yeah.
In the law at 490. Yes. 13 deals with enforcement notice, section 13 deals with enforcement notice. Subsection 4.
I don't know whether we have different copies, but section 14 ends with section 13. 13. Yes, it ends with section 4. It ends with 4. And it ends with 3. There's no 4.
But you have what's your section 14 then? After 4, then you have section 14, which is the power of minister relating to enforcement notice.
Yes, power of minister is in 14. Yes. But the 13 ends with 3, not 4.
Well, I have 4 here. Yeah. Okay. People here unless it has been revealed. This is the act that I have. Well, we also have that, but don't worry. I mean, we can reconcile that. So, has there been any instance where you have decided to set an example, because many Ghanaians are calling for that? We need to be strict. We need to be draconian if the need be to deter people. Have you recommended prosecution of these people who are killing all of us? I call them mass murderers. Or you are only interested in fines?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think when we're talking about the soda illegal, yes, definitely, like my boss said, there have been cases where we have actually arrested, send the people to the police, and even giving money for their clinic. There have been cases like that. So what we have to do as an agency, we've done it and we continue to do. So that is what I can say for now.
Well, I'm sure you would tell us that it's not your mandate to prosecute. That's what the police and the attorney general. So we appreciate that. Except that, let's put the matters in broader perspective. We have discovered that it is not only illegal miners who are destroying the environment. Sometimes those who have partial licenses, this emerged when the Minerals Commission Chief Executive was here, is that not all of them go through the 5 stages to obtain all the permits. According to LI 246 to the pension, I have a copy here. So there are 5 permits and approvals that must be obtained. Not all of them go through the processes to obtain all of this. So there may be a registered company, they may have obtained some of the approvals, but they don't have all. The activity is illegal. There are cases where they may have obtained all the permits, but in terms of their actual practices, and we'll be coming to that, I have a number of stories filed by journalist Erasmus Asaridonko, who is doing a human job, where he has seen, for example, that licensed companies are washing residue into river bodies and putting all of us at risk. He's been filing reports asking when the authorities, including the EPA, will intervene. So there are instances where even those who purport to have licenses do not follow responsible mining practices. And we need to also have that in mind. And this discussion will cover all of those aspects as well, the full count. So I'll go back to Honorable Chiwete to conclude.
Honorable Chair, can I make an intervention?
Yes, please go ahead.
You make a categorical statement that licensed companies that are discharging into the water bodies, if they're permitted by EPA, because what happens is those permitted by EPA, we conduct regular monitoring. And if it comes to our attention that you are permitted, because the permit also includes water management, and even the company or the entity that you as a mining company is going to engage to do your water management, we need to know and know whether that entity also has the requisite capacity and skill to do that. And so for those permitted by EPA, it has has not come to our attention that there are companies permitted by EPA that are discharging into the water bodies. Thank you.
So, Executive Director, you are not aware of this report filed by the Rascal Assembly, for which is available on the jaundice.com website. Chinese miners continue to wash mining residue into Tano River. And he reports that Chinese miners are contaminating the Tano River with their killings at Samagoy in the Western region, despite continuous reports of direct washing of mining waste into.
We all complain about these general activities, but if we can be specific and name and shame, in fact, one of the strategies that EPA we are trying to employ, if you have heard of the Aquaman rating system that we have been using to rate large-scale mines, we want to extend it to also rate districts and rate traditional chiefdoms in an attempt to see whether we can name and shame. Because if we don't go down to specifics and we do general and talk about it, we don't get answers to our thing. So, for example, if those Chinese miners are mining under a permitted entity that has EPA permit, then we have a question to answer as to why we allow that. But the fact that they are doing the wrong thing, if it's reported, then the police need to go for them and get them arrested, and they should go through the due process of law. So as far as I know, and because this is a concern, so it features every now and then in our management meetings, and we question ourselves as to what we can do better. So if it is really reported that entities permitted by us are engaging in these activities, we'll go after them. Thank you.
So, EPA boss, will you agree with me if I say that it shouldn't matter whether the company is given license or not? You have to protect the environment. So if the Tano River is receiving mining residue, those who are doing it should be stopped, isn't it? By you, whether they are licensed or not.
Absolutely. I think we are going back to the same question. They should be stopped by us. But if we go to Tamil and somebody point a gun at us, we have to get the security. And that is the same thing that we have to report for someone to do the arresting and do the prosecution. And someone who has a gun to face those people. And that is what we have been doing. If you need to do that,
so that's it, Director. I'm sure that many people watching are getting the same impression that because this, that I'm saying, irresponsible miners may be harmed, you are free, so you are watching on. Is that the case?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think that is what I have said here. I have said, as a result of our reportage, several people are in cells. Almost in every mining community, if you check, there will be people in cells or people before courts. But I think my colleague said something that we need to take politics out of this, and we should all be responsible. These people who are in cells and going through prosecution, the same as Ghanaians, are the ones who are going to go on call and ask that they should be released because they are your constituents or they are your whatever. And that is where we all have a collective responsibility. But we are not looking up. It's a daily fight, and we have been arrested.
Will you want your laws to be upgraded, to be amended, so that you can bear arms? Is that a scenario you will appreciate, you will call for? Will you recommend that we should amend the EPA, upgrade amend at 490, and give you enhanced powers to bear arms? Will you recommend that?
I'm not sure to bear arms is the right, but definitely what we are seeking to do with the new bill is to get more powers to be able to fight better. I don't think there is a lack of people bearing arms in this country. That is a problem. So additional arms to EPA may not be the solution, I don't know. But I think that law enforcement needs to be enhanced and stricter in this aspect to be able to protect the environment. And we may not necessarily need to carry the arms ourselves. Those who are already carrying the arms, we can work in collaboration. And if all of us decide to enhance effective compliance and make sure that anybody who is tampering with the environment is brought to book, I think that should be enough. But if you also give us an authority status as we are seeking, I think it will also take us to the next level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your intervention. There is almost all that I needed to ask for. But let me conclude by finding out from EPA whether you would recommend a review of the current mining laws to enhance environmental protection. Answering my first question, you sounded as if now things have been turned in a way that is not pleasing. You said from 2006 there were some changes. And so that is why I'm asking this question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think from where I sit, I would say yes, there's a need to look into that, because the way it works, we protect the environment. But if you already come with a lease, and say you come from the Ministry of Lands with a lease, you are in a position to put pressure on us to give you a permit, because you say that, look, if I have the lease, I've been given the right to go and mine. Your job is to give me a permit and give me conditions as to how I should work with my permit. So you put pressure to bear on us. So if it was the case that you cannot get the lease, until we have done even a cursory environmental assessment test to see where you are going to mine and all of that, so that our advice will inform the granting of the lease to you. I think it should be a better arrangement than the other way around, that we come with a lease, and you know how it works. So it's like you have gotten a lease, so that person who gives you a lease is a good man. Okay, so you come and I say I won't give you a permit, and you say you are the one who's a bad guy because I have gotten a lease. So I think that the arrangement, if it is really well organized, it will help. Thank you.
Yeah. This sounds like you are sometimes compelled to give the license because you think that someone higher than you has given a lease. Has there been a situation where you had a challenge with an applicant and then you got a phone from about directing that you must issue a license to the applicant? Has there been a situation like that?
Thank you, Chair. No, we can never be compelled to issue a license. The process as described by my colleague is being a professionals will go through the due process before you are granted a license. So we are not compelled to issue a license. But what I'm saying is that you can just see in practice that if you were to come to EPA holding a lease already, and then you say you need a permit, and the permit is taking years to be granted, you keep coming, and then you are complaining that without the lease, I have the right to go and buy it. Just that you need to give me the environmental approval. You'll be complaining, and that is what I meant by, the arrangement can be better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to ask the executive director, Mr. Chair, in the recent demands of labor, when they were making a contribution to the same situation we are dealing with, they called for a relook of LI 2462. This is the LI that operates within your domain. We did not hear from you as in whether this LI, a relook of it as demanded by the labor, was going to be helpful, or you could still work within the LI to ensure some safety environment.
Thank you, Chair. The EPA is a technical agency, so in most cases, we do not participate in the sensationalism that you see in the media. Regarding LI 2462, if you ask me, I'll tell you, I'm not sure that the repeal of that LI is the solution to what you see in front of you. Because the truth is that mining in forest reserve has been happening before no one looks. I think since 1939, it's been happening. And it got to a point where I think government decided that there should be guidelines on mining in forest reserve. And I think since 2001, those guidelines came into force, to guide how we can all regulate what is happening in forest reserve. I think it is those good guidelines, and I can tell you basically why it became an error. Because in those guidelines, you had the liaison group that was supposed to more or less manage the mining in forest reserve. But that group was an administrative establishment without the backing of law. So it is the activities of that group that then require that those guidelines be made into an airline so that there will be a basis for the liaison group to function backed by law. And so it is the guidelines that graduated into the airline. And so we do not think that the repeal of the airline is the solution to the issue. And they're thinking that it is that airline that is promoting mining in forest reserve. It's a slightly misinformed position because mining has been happening in forest reserve for years. The whole idea of that area is actually to enable bodies such as the EPA to be able to regulate properly that kind of mining in forest reserve. So I personally do not think, and not just from the position of EPA also, that it is the repeal of the LI that is going to remind you about what we are seeing in front of you. Thank you.
Chair, is the reason why we thought that during the debate,
yes, I've been calling you, sir. Okay, so what should I meet you?
And to educate all of us,
so should I come to you?
all of us to know that if we are being forced to repeal that LI, we're still not going to have a solution. It's not going to be the panacea to the issues. Chair, there was this issue of people who are granted exploration license getting into mining illegally. I want to find out, how are you able to monitor people that you granted permission to go and do exploration? And because very often than not, the people we cite for engaging in illegal mining are those that we find out that they only have exploration permits, but not real mining. How are you able to monitor the activities?
Chairman, like I said earlier, when we receive applications for prospecting, our officers visit the location. Then we give a permit with strict conditions in terms of what you can do, what you cannot do. Post issuance, we also go to check. Like I said, at the time, when we realize or we come to know through our proactive monitoring or through other information, we come in and stop and also find. So that has been the practice. So, what is now informing this is all what Honorable has shown us in the bottles. And these are purely illegal activities. It's purely illegal. Like my boss said, when you go to Awasho, Ghana Bauxite Company, it was a government company. It was part of the government companies that was mining bauxite since 1939. Continue to mine today. So you talk of Chirano gold mines. Over 15 years ago, they were mining. There were no problems with that. If you look at Achim, Newman Golden Ridge, in New Abrim area, Koko, they've been mining. And all those activities are in line with best practices in the world, everywhere. Prior to mining, there were teams which visited South Africa and Australia. South African people, there is a place called Richards Bay in KwaZulu-Natal. They are mining in a politically sensitive area. And it's done properly. But what we are seeing is illegality, which we all have to stop. Members of Parliament, I would like to discuss some business. Before the water goes, they treat it and it's even, the quality is better than pure water. The last time some chiefs even came to us, can we add them to bottle? So, formal mining, which is regulated by all of us, EPA and other institutions, are not part of the problem. The problem for us as a country, looking on for us to get this. So, honorable members, I would suggest that maybe we just have to have some form of dialogue, and we need your support for us to lead the process. I would say at the forum, I wouldn't mention the details here. I said to the group that, can you let EPA lead this fight? Within 1 month, with the support of the military, these things will be over. So, Honorable, I think we should just make the law work. That is what our problem is. And we are all guilty as a nation. We are guilty.
Then my last question. We're guilty as a nation, all of us. We're looking at political influence. You stated that it was going to be difficult for anybody to put pressure on you, to bring pressure to bear for you to issue permits. In this discourse, in this discussion, you have also stated that we need to do this discussion devoid of politics. But we have noticed that anytime this discussion is invoked, you see the two political parties tearing each other apart. Would you say that you have come under political pressure and there's a reason you haven't been able to work? Well, you're saying that we should let you lead, and in some months we are going to have this. So,
one discussing the issues at all levels, even your good selves. But
we need the support. I don't know why, but I think that maybe I would say that when the process or when the problem was actually emanated, okay, we couldn't, as a country, see where we are going or where it will lead us to. But now it has been obvious to us that if we continue this way, we will not be able to sustain or have a country. So maybe it is time now. I think we are more awakened now than before. So I think it is not too late. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The analysis from Minerals Commission will start from EP before going to the Minerals Commission and other institutions.
Thank you, Chair. I would strongly suggest that because we need to take environmental protection serious in this country. So I would strongly suggest that. Thank you.
And my second question also has to do with monitoring. You are engineer, the technical officer, the engineer just said those doing the formal mining or suggesting that those doing illegal, then you are mandate. What is preventing you from monitoring the those doing illegal such as you? Because your mandate is very wide. You are supposed to protect our environment. So if somebody is hiding somewhere doing illegality, are you saying that because they are not coming from permit, you can't monitor the activities?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Honorable Member. You know, like I said earlier, if you look at illegal mining, it's like we starting from primary school, going through to maybe standard 7, SHS, and now maybe getting to university very soon, finish PhD and become professor. Previously, I joined the EPA in 1994 as a service person, as a mining engineer. You go to a place called the Sassy, in Amasia Central, Amasia West. At that time, Galamsey was being done, but it was being done on a very small level. You see our mothers, sisters using papers and making whatever. When you go there and say, look, if what you are doing is illegal, there are a couple of times to go. They just pack their things and they go. Next time when you come, you will see them. Easy to manage. As we speak, and everybody knows, the people who are doing this are dangerous bearing arms. How do you go there to say that I'm coming to monitor? The person is actually an armed robber. And then you go and tell them that I'm coming to take. How do you even go and take sample? And some of them are even within the concessions of the legal or the large-scale operations. I'll tell you, my boss said about APOP, environmental performance and rating disclosure program. What we did is we mapped the entire mine areas in terms of water quality. So we have what we call the compliance point, the surveillance point, and others. And they monitor the water quality and submit a report to us monthly. We have thousands and thousands of data, which we're using it as one of the criteria to rate. We just finished monitoring about 2-3 months ago. We have to discard that quality data because it's being compromised. The galamseyers are digging in the stream where the mines are supposed to sample, and you can't even go there to take sample because they are armed. How then do you ask a poor EPA officer to go there to say, I'm coming to take sample? And actually, what would be the essence of the sample? So that is the problem. Thank you, Chair.
My last question to you. Your answer right now seems to me that you have different monitoring systems. Could you please walk us through the different monitoring systems you have in place, just to ensure compliance with the requirements?
So, Chair, the system starts from the initial application. So, like my boss said, when you bring your leads from Minerals Commission, the leads from Ministry responsible for mines, you come in and you submit your application. We use the LI 1652 to guide the process. So you are required to conduct what we call an environmental impact assessment, which is an international standard. I think we are one of the best in Africa, if not the best, in terms of the EIA process. So, when you go through it, like I said, first you submit to us your baseline information on air quality, water quality, soil, flora and fauna, everything documented. And then you indicate in that report your activity to say mining, how you're going to mine, how you're going to process the gold, how you're going to manage all the negatives of whatever, and then propose mitigation. So before you start, we know where or in which environment you come. And then when we give the time, the conditions say that every month take water quality of location A, B, C, and submit the report. When we also go to monitor proactively, when we go to monitor, we also take sample to see whether what you have given to us is correct or not. So when this is all done, we then will write to you and say that, look, if there are some variations, you are supposed to do A, B, and C. And if somebody or any entity become recalcitrant, what we'll do is that facility that is actually causing problem, we will then stop that activity until remediation is done. I'll tell you, before, in the late 1990s, there was a company called Stratcomm 1991. It's charging training straight into an program. It took EPA to just stop that. We closed them down, got them to construct a safety lab. So that is the processes we go through in terms of monitoring and maintenance. This country would have been worse had it not been EPA. It's not because I went there, but what we have achieved. Thank you.
Come to the Honorable Yado from Akotia, one of our mining headquarters. But before he takes the floor, do you have the list of approved licenses from Minerals Commission? When they approve the licenses, do they copy? Do they share it with you?
Yes, yes. But maybe I may say that at times they may get the leases or licenses for prospecting. Some of them may not be ready. So there are licenses that have been issued, and then maybe in terms of application wise, we will not have actually started anything because maybe they may not be ready for actual work to be done.
Well, I don't know if you understand me. You have just told us that the process is that they go to the Minerals Commission first. When the Minerals Commission approves and grants them the license, that's carry out their part of the obligation. Does the Minerals Commission copy? For example, when you track the Ghana Mining Repository, last week, the 3rd of October 2024, we see 11 new licenses. They gave them a start date as 10th October 2024. Will the Minerals Commission send you with a copy of those they have? license, the licenses they have approved, would they typically give you a copy?
Mr. Chair, maybe you may have to clarify that. Are you saying leases? Well, there are difference between leases and license. If it's license, some of them are prospecting license. That is issued by Mineral Commission. If it's from the Ministry of Lands, they are leases. So I want to know which one.
If you like, you can use mineral rights, because that covers everything. Let's remember that the Minerals Commission recommends that the Lands Minister grants the final approval. It's the Lands Minister who signs. So, when the Minerals Commission has recommended and the Lands Minister signs, do they send you with a copy?
No, Mr. Chair, no. It's only when the applicant comes to us.
No, but that is very, very dangerous. That's very dangerous. I'm shocked to hear this. Are you conversant with this Auditor General's report, performance audit report of the Auditor General on the regulating small-scale mining for a sustainable environment? Have you seen this report? This was carried out on the 25th of April 2019. This house has already sat on this report, signed by Daniel Domlebo, the Auditor General at the time. Are you conversant with this report?
No, Mr. Chair.
This report made quite a number of damning findings. And this matter of poor collaboration with the Minerals Commission came up. I'm surprised that since 2019, we are in 2024. The challenge persists. If you look at page 27 of this report, it says that our review of small-scale mining facts disclosed that though Minerals Commission issued letters to proponents to acquire environmental permits, the latter did not copy the EPA, confirming what you are telling us today. Providing EPA with copies of the letters will indicate that the proponent had initiated the licensing process at the Minerals Commission. Paragraph 92, the team reviewed 20 small-scale mining farms at the head office of the Minerals Commission and noted that 14 companies did not have copies of environmental permits on their files, an indication that Mineral Commission granted them with licenses without requiring environmental permits. With the 6 that had environmental permits on their files, we noted that Mineral Commission issued licenses to 5 companies or groups when EPA had not issued permits to them. Details are shown in Table 6, and they provide the list of the companies. This is how the Auditor General concludes at paragraph 95. Minerals Commission and EPA did not collaborate effectively to ensure they both had common data on small-scale mining companies, and that the small-scale mining companies or groups had licenses and permits to carry out their operations. In processing environmental permits, EPA did not validate the authenticity of photocopies from Mineral Commission district assemblies submitted by companies. Mineral Commission processes mineral licenses without recourse to environmental permits. This is what the Auditor General has found. You are telling us today that this
videos my copy some external amateur or
I think the report points to what existed. There is ongoing efforts to cure that process, and indeed, the Minerals Commission, together with EPA and also Water Resources Commission, there's an ongoing effort to even create a digital platform. And the aim, of course, is to cut down the payment on time for acquiring all these services, but more to put all these agencies in a common platform, such that if we can be on a common platform, whatever the Minerals Commission is doing will be uploaded onto that digital platform, and the EPA have access to it, and Water Resources Commission also have access. It also can help that when processes are completed at the Minerals Commission, just at the click of a button, somebody at the EPA can get a message to also initiate the process. Same with Water Resources Commission. So I know, and maybe this is where the attempt to implement this to enhance the collaboration is coming from such a report. So I know that the efforts to make sure that the various agencies work closely together has been going on, and we are probably getting there where we can all be able to work together to avoid what you are reading. Thank you.
The Auditor General's report at page 28 also notes that Minerals Commission officials on the matter relating to the sequence, you are recommending that they should come to you first. They are saying that used to be the case, but they decide. Let me read. We were informed by Minerals Commission officials at the head office that the organization, as a matter of policy, decided in 2013 to process mineral licenses without requiring proponents to obtain environmental permits. The officials of Minerals Commission explained that the decision was taken because EPA delayed in issuing proponents with environmental permits, which also delayed issuance of mineral licenses by the Minerals Commission, unquote. They are blaming you that if it hadn't been for your delays, this would not have been the outcome. Is that what was happening? Why were you delaying needlessly?
Thank you, Chair. The amount all the agencies that permits in this country, they also think outside the mining industry. We should all expect a certain delay at EPA, because as described by my colleague, the process involves that you come with a baseline information so that we can establish that if it is by water body, we can establish that this is the quality of the water body next to your place before you start your activity. If there is vegetative cover, we can establish the entire baseline information. And then you have to move to the next stage to also be able to submit to us the remediation. If your activity is going to impact on the already existing situation, how are you going to remedy that? You have to be able to show that. And that process takes time to be able to establish that. So we should expect. Recently, I was in the US and I was talking to a colleague there, and he mentioned to me that sometimes permitting can take 8 years. This is the US. Look at our situation. So the process is that many people don't understand this, because then they think that there is a deliberate delay at the EPA. It is if we really want to protect the environment, the procedure at the EPA needs time to be able to establish and put conditions when we are permitting you. The schedule that comes with the permit should be able to say what you are allowed to do and what you are not allowed to do. And that information must be based on real situation on the ground. In fact, The process, even, I didn't know that's the recent development. It involved that we conduct public hearing, to go to the place and also engage all the people living there, for them to also have a say in whether they want that establishment next to their farms or their places, and have a say in what should happen there. And that kind of process takes time. So it's not a deliberate delay. Again, if we want to do the right thing, we must all commit to due process. And that's the only way to protect the environment. Thank you.
How about your fees? The Minerals Commission official also told the auditors that you keep increasing your fees, and they say 2011 to 2012, they jumped from 100 cedis to 750. Then from May 2015 to March 2016, moved from 750 Ghana cedis, the cedi equivalent of $2,400 US, to 9,600 Ghana cedis. In April 2016, you increase it again to 6,000 Ghana cedis. We don't know what it is now, but clearly the people who must be working together to regulate the sector, engage in all these great things. It appears that the Minerals Commission is on the part of the miners who are ignoring permits from the EPA and say that it's probably justified because you are hiking your fees. Is that accurate? Is this report of the Auditor General accurate? Is that a true reflection of what you are doing? They say that your fees are also hampering the permit process.
Chairman, I honestly don't know what motivated the Minerals Commission officer to say that. We don't charge the fees arbitrarily. As you know, these are submitted to Parliament, scrutinized, and then approved. So we charge approved fees from Parliament. And to us, those fees are not exorbitant. And what is even for me very important is that none of these guys or operators or entities have ever complained to us. Thank you.
Did the Auditor General send you a copy of this report, this Auditor General's report? Did you receive a copy?
Not that we are aware.
So what's the current fee?
Okay, I will have to supply you that.
Okay, kindly let us have that later. I'll come back to this Auditor General's report. There are many damning aspects. Honorable Robson, please take over.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I believe that this hearing is so important. That the whole country is listening to responses from our public officers who superintend these state institutions. I hear those of lamentation. Chairman, when you say that we are all responsible, we are all at fault, I reject that submission. Because I am not an officer at EP. And my role as a public officer, it doesn't give me the power to exercise functions under the EPA. And let me confirm that you are still operating under at 1994. Yeah. Exactly. You are inherent with powers under the law to do what you are supposed to do. If by the contemplation of the law in 1984, we've been overtaken by events, and of course that is how nations go. When, for instance, you speak of an environmental inspector in 1994, giving certain rules under the law, those rules must have metamorphosed into something else, given our current circumstances. So, as leaders of the institution, you should be thinking of reforming the law to reflect the current situation. And that is the kind of things I want to hear so that we can respond to the issues on the ground. Because you cannot be operating with a law that contemplated environmental matters 30 years ago and use the same contemplations to deal with matters happening 30 years down the line. What am I saying? When you were set up under Act 490, well, nobody thought that it was necessary for you to even carry a stick when you are going to undertake your functions in the locality by way of inspection. But now it's important that you bear arms. That is what you should be telling Parliament. You should come and justify why you must bear arms and your environmental officers must bear arms to be able to deal with the exigencies on the ground. If you don't tell Parliament, Parliament is supposed to respond to their matters. You are cooperating with state agencies that bear arms. And they are telling you, we have had vanguard operation. It has failed. Parliament has pumped so much money into that security operation. It failed. But you were a stakeholder. As an EP, you were part of that operation. But because you were not relating that bear arms, you couldn't be in the forefront. But you were giving the guys as to where they should go. It failed. Operation Galam stop. It failed. A 64-member ministerial committee, it has failed. So, is it not the time for EPA to now sit up and say, no? We think that we have the mandate to safeguard the environmental safeguard the environment against degradation. And so, we must rather push for sufficient powers or additional powers so that we can be in charge of this, so that we don't rely on other sister agencies. That's the point of it. Then two, if you submit to the committee for purposes of recommendation to the floor that the sequence of licensing regime should change and that you should conduct your assessment, the IEA environmental impact assessment, before a concession license is issued, I have a problem. Because you must have the concession. The concession will give you the cadastral map. The cadastral map will tell you the particular physical locality where the whatever mining operation will take place. So it is that locality you are going to conduct the environmental impact analysis or assessment to determine its impact on the environment and the immediate environment. You have listed them. I didn't list them. So if you conduct your impact assessment before the concession is issued, and the concession now, if we go institute, it is at 600. When you conducted the impact at the car park of Parliament, how would that be synchronized? So I think the current regime is the right thing. But nobody should stampede you into issuing permits when you are not ready. Like you said in the US, it takes forever for them to start. Is when they issue the permit. It is actually permitting you to do the things in accordance with the conditions stated. If you deviate once, you forfeit the license. You also have forfeiture provision in the law. But you are not exercising it. Or you have relaxed the power of forfeiture under the law. When you issue a license for a certain mining activity to be carried on in a certain environmental manner, and the operator deviates from that process, not you forfeit, don't do under a forfeiture and notice of forfeiture. You do that because Section 54, for instance, gives your environmental inspector certain powers. If you look at 15 also gives you certain powers. So, don't lament. Don't agonize. Organize yourselves and come back to Parliament for enhanced power. What is confronting us? You see the waters. We are displaying this, but this is a microcosm of the microcosm of the nature of the rivers as they exist on the ground. Everywhere. Even the mighty water is not being spent. We are lucky because It's a huge reservoir, so it may take a bit of time to actually see. But it is also important to use because the little rivers are feeding into the reservoir. So if we are in crisis, I don't work there. The chairman doesn't work there. Who work there? So put your house in order. Come back to Parliament. And let us empower you further to do what you are supposed to do another day. The army cannot be dealing with the environmental issues we have. You have to. The army is only an auxiliary state institution to support you. So if the army and the police are failing you, metamorphose yourself into a force and handle the issue.
Thank you, Chair.
And finally, there are 4 categories of licenses that the main commission that Minerals Commission. They are licensed for resources, they are licensed for prospecting, they have the mining business license in the small scale. We have the same auditor general, it's not this one, but the other one. We have uncovered that somebody goes to take a prospecting license, and the next thing you see, also is you undertaking mining program. Even threatening school buildings, even the football fields of schools are being threatened. And auditors have uncovered this on the ground. And small scale mining, or somebody will come for a mining license to do what you call formal mining. And it goes that you have to have a formal to do it according to all the data regulations. And yet, to grant part of their concession to small scale miners, taking a fee and taking commission. When such a thing happens, officials are settled. Because if you didn't grant the permit to the institute to go and attend, maybe if you did underground mining, only for them to grant portions of their concession to volunteers to go and do it. So we, the lamentations, we had it from Minerals Commission. We pushed them whether they would be willing to come for enhanced powers. They are also chipping out. If you're also chipping out, then you don't want the enhanced powers. Do we collapse the institution of PPA and set up a new one? Is that what we want us to do? No. People are. This matter is so topical. This Galamsey matter is so topical. We all calling it Galamsey. It's such a topical matter that we need a collective effort to deal with it. All sorts of ideas are coming. But I think that the EPA is the entity that must lead the charge. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable. So that was a long one. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Chair. The conversation is getting very interesting. In this meeting, you have questioned why our process is delayed, and the honorable member questions why our process do not delay. And I have explained that the delays and the complaints that our process is delayed is exactly what we are talking about. And I'm happy to
I sent one of the guys. I don't know if
about enhanced power. One of the reasons why our bill still remains a bill and not an authority is members of parliament fighting against the passage of the bill because EPA is seeking to have too much power.
That's it. For instance, I saw my
You have a bill. Have you presented that bill to Parliament?
Even the last report that happened a few weeks ago, our bill was one of the reasons, and we fought hard to put it on the order. The very last activity you rose on in the other opposing place house was our bill, which we are seeking.
Yeah, but it's not been taken.
No, it's going to.
I don't know if anybody has information because
so after finishing that job, we say you should put aside. But let me correct this. It is not all members of parliament who have the opportunity of seeing your people. It goes through your committee.
Yeah.
We are
They don't reach anywhere.
for the first time. I think part of your responsibility to other areas. But I would have wished that you would have also taken the food by the law. To say that Forestry Commission used to go they realized that the people went in the forest are armed. So they were giving some light arms. I think it's the first line of defense. First line of defense. Before they can invite any other agency. So our suggestion here is to do your work. If you want to become an authority, then you must
You finish award. You finish your laptop. I won't give you award. There's no pretty. Mama, she never set up to. I set up to. And the company. There is one right there.
Let the record reflect that indeed the APA bill is before the House. So it's being championed by the Committee on Environment and now one of the members who, when it comes to legislation, so I'm aware that no person opposed it.
We can return and start the second.
There are provisions there. For instance, even what we are confronted with, I'm in favor of introducing a provision that, for instance, let the EPA own a helicopter to be able to
second person.
We should be able to do that for you. When we set up the Ghana Immigration Service, they were not very fast because there were circumstances. The circumstances were that it was not necessary. But when the issues of terror and terror activities across our borders emerged, became an ECOWAS a major matter before ECOWAS became a major threat in the South region. We agreed that they should bear arms. Today they bear arms. So if Kalamse and is running amok in the environment, you need to bear arms. If I own a helicopter, 1 or 2 or 3, whenever you monitor from have area view of what's happening, so you can follow. Parliament should be able to do those things for you. These are the things we speak of. So ask for your ministry sponsoring the bill. They must start because members here, we don't privatize government business. So that comment, it didn't come in good taste, but we forgive you. I'm sure it's part of maybe part of the frustration. You think that it's entities who are opposed to. If there are provisions we think will not help, of course we oppose or prefer amendments. So forgive Parliament for that. But Chairman, as part of the responses, let's hear you. Let's hear you that you are committed to dealing with these matters with the hands down.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy because the bill is still before you, and we have gone through a lot of debate about this bill, and in certain contexts we have been faced with the comment that you are seeking too much powers. And I'm happy that members of parliament are asking that the EPA be given more powers to be able to buy. I think we are getting there because indeed, if you go to other jurisdictions, the EPA is a very powerful institution. The boss of the EPA in the US sits in cabinet. That is how much importance they attach to the EPA. And I think we're getting there. We need to do that. We need to give more powers to the EPA to be able to do that. What I'm not very sure, and I'm not saying I'm right, is whether bearing arms is a solution, because as you rightly said, why the military? When the almighty military failed, I'm not sure whether arms in the hands of EPA officers brings the solution, but maybe it's an option on the table, and we can explore that.
You see, you misunderstand the approach. A military man who is quartered in the barracks knows very little about the biomes in the Western region, especially if he's not deployed on any occasion. But your district and regional environmental inspectors and officers, they do. Which forest cover is where they do. Which landscape is where they do. You have the data. So if you have under the law, if you have the mandate to bear arms and deal with those matters, you are properly equipped. Bearing the arms is not a 24-hour, it's not an instantaneous matter. We are talking of a process to go through paramilitary training and all. But you are be better equipped because that's your mandate. The soldier is supposed to be called upon that the nation is under threat from external aggression. But if you are calling him to go and deal with environmental degradation and things with the mud and all those things, I want you to appreciate what's happening. The soldier, the military is only considered they are supposed to help you. So if they fail you, they are failed. I tell you, it's not their core mandate. Because these are internal matters. The aggression is not from outside. That's their expertise. But you, under the law, that is your power, that's your mandate. It is only when you are overrun before you ask for external assistance. But it appears that you don't even want to take out the road. You are hesitating taking out the road. That's what I see. I see a lot of hesitation. But the problem confronting us, we need innovative thinking to deal with it. So it will also lead to changing the format of recruitment. It will no longer be recruiting technicians. You'll be recruiting people who are supposed to be recruited to help you fight the new owners. All those things will come up for reform.
It also builds self-confidence in you. Your people must have a self-confidence, at least at a minimum level. They can raise when it becomes overwhelming, then they can also be. And I like what Michael said, that it will change the that the enforcement aspect of it is properly taken. The example you gave about immigration, I said what the defense we pushed it for them to be ground control. We realized that by the time the police and the border posts, they would have been overrun.
You have to be careful, though. You can't be doing that. I do. Yeah, so I mean, before I do. Before I did, I came to with a joke. He came to with a joke. Sure. Sure. I didn't chat. You people there.
Thank you so much. I think the good thing is that our bill is coming back when you resume. And I think it has gone
I did she now she understand.
so maybe we will see your recommendations seriously and see whether include some provisions in this direction.
In fact, members of parliament
Honorable Chair, we support this. Please do it for us and make us stronger to protect them.
Now we are getting an indication that the EPA would want to be stronger to totally deal with this once and for all. I want to come back to LI 2460. In a response to an earlier question from the colleague, you sought to suggest that the angst against LI 2460 is not grounded in as your reasoning and analysis of is that to suggest that you will define the order of the president dated 9 October 2024. I have a copy in my hands, signed by the Regional Director of Communications, Office of the President. Listed for intervention in the president. And number 2 of those 4 instructions. As listed. Quote, suspension of mining in forest reserves. The president has instructed the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, along with the Environmental Protection Agency, that's your institution, to suspend the enforcement of the Environmental Protection Mining in Forest Reserves Regulations 2023 LI 2460 with immediate effect. And with immediate effect means that by 9th October it stands suspended. Are you defying the president because you are saying that you don't appreciate all these
Somebody on the phone. Okay.
I think that beyond the statement that you are reading, we need to receive directive to support in the drafting of the request to the Attorney General, and that process is ongoing. So nobody is suggesting define the president directive. What I did say, and I sincerely hope that the repeal of LI 2462 brings a solution to the problem. It's my hope. What I told you is that from where I sit, I do not think this is the problem. Because mining in forest reserve dates back very far back. You can also probably check
how many licenses were issued post the coming into being of the LI, and how many post the LI, before the LI, post the LI, and come to a conclusion as to whether the repeal of the LI is the solution to the problem. If that is the solution to the problem, I will be happy. But you know, I will tell you, if you ask me, what should be the solution. I think that all of us as Ghanaians, we should declare certain places as no-go area completely. So if you say that particular places nobody should go there, and even we should not have a productive forest, for example, and it is a no-go area. Fair enough, if we can afford to do that. But a guideline that was informing how these activities should be conducted, and some people listed it to an airline so that the group that is managing that process can have a legal background. And then you say, no, okay, let's take that thing away. That by itself is that personal issue completely. That's the point of it. It doesn't suggest that we are going to define the process to suspend as directed has started, and I think that it will carry into its conclusion. Thank you.
If you pay regard to highlight or 60, the prohibited area, it includes the following: a globally significant biodiversity area, a protected provenance area, an institutional research plot, a hill sanctuary, a high conservation area, a seed orchard, swamp sanctuary, plantation sites, and cultural sites. Then this is the one many people find unfair. That that's what paragraph 8 of Sub-Regulation Act, the President may, subject to exclusivity of the Constitution, give approval and right to a mining company to undertake mining activity in a globally significant biodiversity area in the national interest. So all of these aforementioned areas, the President can, in the national interest, right?
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags pass organ donation law and hashtag legalize organ donation now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation in
2007. Our Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
The issue of illegal mining, popularly known as galamsey, has become a very big headache for almost every Ghanaian today. They are calling on government to do something about the situation. Among those who are calling for government to address the galamsey situation is organized labor. They decided to go on strike to show the government that they are serious about their demands. But yesterday, that was 9th October, they decided to call off the strike. So today we are here asking people, asking workers, asking Ghanaians if they think that organized labor's decision to call off their strike is a step in the right direction. My name is Stella J. Sogli for GhanaWeb TV.
Yeah, because galamsey, you need one near boy, you need your by the or they say it could be a no, which my didn't say it could be too much into no more. Yes, I didn't.
They say I'm cast on strike in the biom no like then now o Jennifer.
I'm cast on strike in the biom. Many others say woman strike in the biom because say organized labor cast on strike no and anka or they say Ghana National Health for cast on strike and could be ali hane bedu obi nkwa nke nya ebewu. So mo strike na say police cause strike, soldiers cause strike, and you're mining a bed and your booty. And to me now, or mining my one body, so no matter or mining the open. Galamsey, no bet my baby, but this is not the time as Omoye or they say organized labor case or man penny in far within side 2 months into Galamsey. I say, yeah, and such a mind, sir. Even I'm chroma time crying Galamsey, when man for 1 day and 2, or they say Galamsey, I say, now I can say 2 months to election. Or they say, I'm into galamsey.
So the gentleman here says that as for him, he has no problem with organized labor retracting on their decision to go on strike, because if they expect the president to do something about galamsey in the next few months, it's highly impossible. So he's very happy that the strike didn't come off.
Sabon to me for machine straight over galamsey. Yeah, Nede. In Penifona, yes, and yes, Ramos on the Manca Sabeshe, Nede galamsey no more blast. And I said on one and Crane, on share Ghana, my on one idea, and to on Shana galamsey, and Rafoma, because you near Quayessa and Nucre. Now I said the other cry, I said the Nianum Coshum Crano, because of galamsey, you will be yesterday on Shana, the galamsey.
So he also shares the same sentiments with the guy we spoke to earlier. He says that he's very happy that the strike didn't come on, but he's calling on the authorities and the president to do something urgently about galamsey because it is affecting everybody in Ghana.
Strike Canadian, America found us a munya betre, but Omonum Penifon and Casa. Shana galamsey no more, the Muncia no coin. I am Penifuano. They are offended. I'm on back strike and Penifon in Sha Abanum Penifon, Omonium Casane. No Munya galamsey no, because a man on mobile action on mobile in Jumpa.
According to him, galamsey is not good and it will affect the future generation coming. But he wants organized labor not to go on strike, but to wait and have a dialogue with the president as to the way forward. And he's also urging the president to do something about galamsey because it is a very big threat to the future.
Government in a way. Now government now promise almost say by October or December they will make sure some mess of will be out. Unless I'm still on mine yet there, then they can go to strike. Because strike no be ma your friend saying government who say for money abre. so that they will attend to their needs.
According to him, organized labor should have a talk with government. Let government know how dire the situation is. But I went on to ask him that government has already been told that the situation is quite crazy out there. But they have promised that they'll do something about it. What if they don't do anything about it? And he said then organized labor can go on strike to show that they are actually serious about what they want the government to do.
Galansie Sani Anye Astop. Astop market she told market within a few years ibaba fet will be ke wona bi ekula wo mi e ke ejini yo le ekula mo ne ma atele ta ma magbo she kula shimbi ekula mo ni ka o ke wo me government e she bi fe amefa me futa Galansie na me cha Galansie no Sani ma bi ke youth bi ateshika wole ka wona ga Galansie aja ke within a short time e ba fet wo aja ke aka fiti a hu ke ba Gambia ne ubaka ke dabi eklo nupa amba hye baba onye sika lo kwa hye no te ba fete lo ba nyu nunu e je nu pe shinde eni onye nu eklo otokpokole ke no eche no ba gbo ataka because of aka shipon fete ni nu wona ni eni ke jo mi nu wo yo ni wona ni eni ke jo mi nu wo yo wo nunu nu e ke twa akoso bo da me e so fe ke ba abota akoso ke abota akoso ba gbe ne be wonye ma me no shi wo gbo ahon wo gbo ewu ta Luna, the batch scratch a man and buy you nimpe. I take a Mugabanya Washer, no body, a blue chick baba. In here, scan mashe. In here, going to Srequan, why you put a little me army. To fit my in man machine. No, you get pure Tanu, no, a channel go to Popolicano. Obabo was an anya, Tessinana stop. I take a YouTuber. I take a menace and equal with your 2 years, 3 years, and Mabu. Like for be Nimbilemba, they shall go. They could know. Near you are while and didn't know your project, a while ago, baby. Akawa ye fruits, why ye ne vita po kanidi. E ye boa, onye eska. Lutu no tu ne ko lo le papa onu mo se, wo ya ko lo onye eska to afeto wa anyo tu ne gani, lo ba anyo ye ne me. Lo ne me fe ne sana anya stop Galansie. Sana anya atesian wo, youth bi anya atesian wo. Die mo ko me sale, she wo fe wo sale ni. Sika tebela me na me skomo. Le ka atesian ka bi ya blochi, ka atesian ka bi ya blochi, na ka MPs ka me, ministers ka me. O fe ka bi ya blochi. Ganu nu anu na me nu eko, amenu na me nu ame sho ka ba. Na me sho nu ke ba pe. I mean, you were man be a we. Now, no, I'm feeling like I need phone here. Was an anya stop. As an anya tishan, like a Galamsie. You know,
as you can see, he was very passionate about what he was talking about. That future generations are coming. He says that he is old now. Maybe in the next few years he may pass on, but he has children. He has grandchildren. If the kinds of water in the food that they eat are not good for their health, it will worry them, and he wouldn't like to see his children in that state. Now he's asking the government to urgently do something about Galamsey, because even as time goes on, things are getting spoiled, and the health of the people in the country are going to be at risk. He also says that the ministers and the governments, they are able to import water, but what about the ordinary Ghanaian who cannot? It looks like most Ghanaians are in favor of organized labor's decision not to embark on the strike, but the message has remained the same, that something should be done about Galamsey urgently, because future generations' lives are in limbo. My name is Stella J. Jomsugli for GhanaWeb TV.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden.
So for us, 10,000 trained youth to the field to teach the farmers the technique. The intervention continued in 2019 and 2020 with 30,000 farm crews spread across.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed,
10,000 trained youth to the field to teach the farmers the technique. The intervention continued in 2019 and 2020 with 30,000 farm crews spread across the cocoa landscape to bring the farmers on board. Today, hand pollination has become a flagship program. A number of our farmers are competing in the range of 4,000 kilograms per hectare and 6,000 kilograms per hectare. Elsewhere in Ecuador, the average productivity is 2,500, and we're around 450 kilograms. So for us now to have farmers in Ghana doing 4,000 kg per hectare, and there is an incident in the western region where a tree is carrying 3,000 fruits through hand pollination. The initiative has created jobs for thousands of youth, thousands of young, energetic persons who had been trained to work on the project. Okay. Is it okay? All right. Now to innovation and digitalization. Under the current administration, Cocoa Board has introduced a number of innovative programs and major policy shifts, including the new ways of financing cocoa purchases and related operational activities.
putting in place a comprehensive integrated farmer database and aligning with the European Union deforestation-free regulation and other international protocols on sustainable cocoa. The new financing model. I'm sure most of you are interested in this. Since post-independence, Cocoa Board has always borrowed to finance cocoa purchases and its operations. Before 1992, it was domestic borrowing through raising of cocoa bears by the Bank of Ghana on behalf of Cocoa Board. The produce buying company, PBC, a subsidiary of Cocoa Board then, was the sole purchasing agency in the country and a beneficiary of the cocoa bears. In 1992, when the administration of Cocoa Board under the then NDC government realized that the coupon rates of the cocoa bears had become expensive as against better options offshore, they decided to go to Europe, giving rise to the annual syndication loan. Cocoa Board has been in the offshore syndication borrowing for 32 years and decided this year to look at other options. The decision was influenced largely by the very reason that took Cocoa Board to overseas borrowing, that is cost of borrowing, which has consistently been increasing and now gone above 8%. The financing arrangement being pursued now is a homegrown model, and so far, good. And so far, so good. What is intriguing about this model is that because it is zero borrowing, I mean for 2024, 2025, we are going zero borrowing. Cocoa Board is unburdened with any interest and ancillary costs. Because the current contracts are also unencumbered, the buyers will be paying directly to cocoa marketing companies, the CMC's account on behalf of Ghana Cocoa Board, instead of the previous syndication arrangement where the payment would have been directed into the overseas collection accounts in the name of the syndication banks. The new model will speed up the flow of cocoa receipts into the country. Again, even though the traditional offshore syndication brought in FX, that's a foreign exchange, at a time in lump sum, it was bulk and bust. The annual syndication money, well anticipated before its arrival, never lasted for a month. And before long, the CD that would have stabilized briefly was back to depreciation. In the new financing model, the FX will not be lump sum, but flow in steadily and consistently, thus potentially going to help stabilize the city. Cocoa management system. This comes under digitalization. The Cocoa Board that this current administration inherited was without any real-time database. Everything was based on guess estimates. In 2019, Cocoa Board developed an integrated cocoa farmer and farm database called the Cocoa Management System to enhance effective policy making, traceability, and ensure effective delivery of various tailor-made interventions in the cocoa sector. One of the first steps taken was to register cocoa farmers in a centralized database. This process involved the use of GPS
for the farm mapping with the polygons, collecting detailed information on each farm, including their location, that's the farm size and geolocation, as well as production methods being used by the farmer. The aim is to ensure that every cocoa bean can be traced to its source. This level of data collection has significantly improved Cocoa Board's oversight, responsibility, and accountability within the supply chain. The successful registration of 792,954 cocoa farmers and their entire households and other dependents in the CMC management, the CMC Cocoa Management System farmer database has been possible because of this intervention. So now we no more say we have about 800,000 farmers involved in cocoa, or 800,000 farm families. We have real-time data, and through the CMS, we now know that we have 792,954 cocoa farm families. So we are very precise. Now, by the same CMS, we have mapped 1,239,169 hectares of farms. The system is being enhanced to facilitate payment processes and reduce delays and ensure accurate and direct payments to farmers. So we are going to integrate this database with other services and input deliveries to the sector. Now, Ghana Cocoa Traceability System is another aspect of our digitalization process. A critical extension of the CMS is the National Cocoa Traceability System. The GCTS, some call it NCTS, was born out of necessity to meet the growing demands of transparency, quality assurance, and sustainability in the global cocoa industry. Consumers around the world are increasingly concerned about the source of their food, how it is produced, and whether it aligns with ethical and environmental standards. For Cocoa Board, traceability is not just a regulatory requirement, but it is a strategic imperative that enhances the value of Ghana's cocoa in the global market. We carry a special brand name that's Ghana's premium cocoa, and it must be traceable. As at 21st August 2024, the regional manager of Takrady Takeover Center of the Cocoa Marketing Company had reported that approximately 77.25 tons of cocoa, equivalent to 1,236 bags, had been shipped under the Ghana National Cocoa Traceability System. And what that means is that when the cocoa gets to any port in Europe, whilst there, the cocoa can be traced down to the farm, that is to the plot from which the cocoa was harvested. Now let me take you through farmer income, which is another pillar. And I'll start with the living income differential. this term was coined by us. When I say us, that's at Cocoa Board Ghana. And until then, it was not in the dictionary. But today, it has found space in the dictionary. And it is one of the most impactful policies implemented since 2017. Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire reached a strategic price mechanism agreement with global industry players, that the brands and the buyers, in July 2019, and gained the support of consumers to bring in the living income differential, LID. As a measure of equity, I've heard people say that the LID is a premium. Please, LID is not a premium. LID is equity. Because for the longest while, the buyers had been dictating the price of cocoa at the international market. The sellers, or we, the producers, had no say in respect of the price of cocoa at the terminal. And because of that, we've always been disadvantaged. So we brought up this pricing mechanism to exact a form of equity from the international market for our farmers, that for the two countries, Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. And it is $400 per ton being paid above the terminal market price and exclusively intended for the cocoa farmer in Ghana and then Cote d'Ivoire. Since its implementation in October 2020, it has earned Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire an incredible average amount of $1.2 billion per annum outside the FOB, a realization which ordinarily would have been absolutely impossible. Now, the producer price. Since 2017, the Ghana Cocoa Board has improved the producer price for Ghanaian cocoa farmers, demonstrating government's commitment to improving farmer livelihoods and ensuring fair compensation. In 2017-2018 crop season, just as 2018-2019 crop season, the producer price, which then was 7,600 Ghana cedis per ton, remained unchanged. During these periods, the global market has suffered meltdown with plummeted cocoa prices, forcing worldwide producers, including the West African cocoa producing countries, to reduce their farmer prices. Ghana resolved to maintain the prevailing producer price to cushion our farmers. In 2019-2020 crop season, the producer price was increased by 8.4% to 8,240 Ghana cedis per ton. The following crop season, in response to market conditions and the introduction of the living income differential, the price was increased by 2,320 Ghana cedis per ton, which was 28.2%. The same price prevailed in 2021-2022. But in 2022-2023 crop season, the producer price was increased by 21.2%. That is from 10,560 Ghana cedis per ton to 12,800 Ghana cedis per ton. In 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board announced a historic price increase of 63.5%. That is increase raising the producer price from 12,800 Ghana cedis to 20,928 Ghana cedis per ton. And recently, we've had a record producer price of 48,000 Ghana cedis. That is for the 2024-2025 crop season. This translates to $3,048 per ton. It's the highest ever to be paid. This price, which is a record price, is at the back of a bullish market and driven by a desire to offer farmers a fairer share of the global market value for cocoa. The increase is part of Ghana's strategy to enhance farmer income, combat poverty, and prevent cocoa smuggling to neighboring countries. Now, the Ghana Cocoa Farmers Pension Scheme. The Cocoa Farmers Pension Scheme is a landmark event to provide financial security and social protection for cocoa farmers in Ghana, many of whom have worked for decades without a formal retirement plan. The Cocoa Board Law, PNDC Law 81, enacted in 1984, equipped or enjoined the board to roll out the pension scheme in 1985. That's 1 year into coming into force of the Cocoa Board Law. But this could not be executed until 2020. The government of Ghana, in collaboration with Cocoa Board, launched the scheme in 2020. The Farmers' Pension Scheme has since progressed through various phases, enrolling all cocoa farmers for a full-scale implementation of deduction of farmers' contribution to the scheme. And this has also become possible because now we have a comprehensive farmer database through the CMS. Because without that, there's no way you can implement a farmer's pension scheme. A pilot exercise in 3 cocoa districts selected from the Ashanti and Central regions in October 2024 recorded significant success and challenges as well. And these challenges are being resolved. Through massive sensitization and education, the implementation team hopes to gradually scale up the exercise in other districts and ensure that cocoa farmers enjoy a decent pension. Before I touch on my conclusion, let me recap some of the achievements. Ghana Cocoa Board, under the Nana Abdankwa Akufo-Addo MPP government, recorded the highest ever production figure of 1,048,000 metric tons. That was 2020-2021 crop year. And from an average of 450 kilograms per hectare, productivity has improved to 800 kilograms per hectare. We now have a paradigm shift in the financing of our annual crop from offshore to onshore borrowing for the 2024-2025. And in particular, a zero borrowing arrangement for this year. Productivity enhancement programs, that is, agronomic practices that emphasize on vertical productivity as against horizontal productivity, have been put in place. So instead of looking for large tracts of land to increase yields on the same piece of land, limited land, we rather prefer to enhance productivity or yield. It invokes same or greater yield, but on a relatively smaller area. 5, rehabilitation or cutting and replanting of CSSVD and moribund farms free of charge for the affected farmers is a major landmark. 6, we've introduced nationwide mass pruning of cocoa farmers to boost flowering and fruiting. 7, we've also introduced hand pollination, which has more than tripled the yields of beneficiary farmers. 8, the high-tech, which was introduced under President Kufuor NPP administration, did not see any serious intervention until recently. It has received a new impetus by way of fertilizers being delivered at the doorsteps of the farmers, the villages and towns, instead of at the district capitals. 9, we place premium on the use of poultry manure, and now it's become part and parcel of the agronomic practices of our farmers. CODAPEC program, which was also introduced under President Kufuor's NPP administration, had remained the same until 2018. An added dimension today allows mass spraying to start early from February, March to May, which we call the spring spraying, to knock off anomalies or insects at the caterpillar stage, instead of the traditional waiting time of August, that's waiting until August, when the anomalies would have matured, mated, and already laid their eggs, and easy for the mature insects at the farm periphery to escape. 11, nationwide distribution of dual-purpose slashing cum pruning machines to cocoa farmers to replace the use of the machete and make farming less laborious and less energy sapping. It is to replace the use of weedicides as well, whose effects are detrimental to humans and the environment, as well as sustainable cocoa farming. 12, we piloted irrigation on cocoa farm to test the move from seasonal farming to all-year farming, thereby putting more money in the pockets of farmers who undertake irrigation. 13, tripling the number of extension officers by employing and training more than 1,300 youth, from an inherited extension officer to farmer ratio of 1:2,900, it has improved to 1:600. That the ratio has improved to 1:600, which is not too far from the FAO recommended standard of 1:500. The situation has improved the visibility of extension and effectiveness of extension to the farmers. 14, the minimum 15 years and up to 35-40 years gestation period of the shea tree has been shortened by the Cocoa Research Institute of Ghana to 3 years for clonal materials and 5 years for hybrid seedlings. Once a share seed or fruit, germinated, it took 30, 40 years for it to fruit. Today, 3 years is fruiting. With this feat, the share industry is going to phase into commercial farming, stimulate the local economy, and help improve the incomes of many in the north. 15 nursery facilities at Bali are generating over 100,000 productive share plants annually for distribution to farmers. 16. Craig has processed the share butter into biodiesel, which has been found to be more efficient and less smoking than the fossil fuel. In anticipation of going to have commercial share plantations and the fact that we are going to maybe produce the share fruits in abundance, we are planning ahead to find value addition to the share products. And so our research institute had already come out with a biodiesel out of, and it can be used for the outboard motors, for now for the outboard motors and any